Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the ASL. It's time for Group D. Yes, our all-Terran group. Hope you guys are strapped in. You've got a six-pack, some extra beers in the fridge. This is going to be a long one, most likely. Possible 11 games today of Terran versus Terran. So I know there's some really happy Terran players out there, and everybody else is probably, doing something else, anything else, most likely. But we're here. We're some Terran enjoyers, despite being Zerg players ourselves.
Yeah.
TVT is kind of a fun match, and we're excited to get into this one.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I've come to like TVT a lot more over the years. Back in the day, didn't really care for it. I'm going to be honest. Pretty much every game, split map, BCs, and people trying to get an EMP off or just like use two BCs at a time to Yamato down something. Wasn't the most exciting of mirror matchups. However, it's now a lot different. Not only did we have the Vulture War meta shift a little while back, but now we've got a much more dynamic mid-game range of play, hyper aggression, constantly shifting tank lines and trying to cut off lanes to expansions and what have you. It's much more enjoyable as a spectator, and things like wraiths get utilized a lot more. So yeah, I'm looking forward to this, and we got some absolute banger of Terran players as well. We don't know a lot about Barracks because, he didn't have to qualify for this tournament and he hasn't really been playing in the Pro League or what have you. So I actually don't know what kind of shape Barracks is in at all. Leta himself, he's probably historically the weakest TVT player of the group in terms of overall statistics. However, he has been playing pretty monstrously well this ASL thus far, so he might surprise us today. But I think a lot of people might be looking towards Light and Royal getting out of this group.
Yeah, we got kind of a funny situation here. Light and Royal were both in the same group in the round of 24, and both of them managed to get out. So
Yeah.
they found themselves here together again, and I think it's a good likelihood that they'll end up getting out as well. From this group, although it is possible, I think Barracks could pull a bit of an upset. I managed to get through. I know he's a seed. That means he got into the round of four last season, but I'm really liking Light and Royals play this season. They've just been really on top of their games, and like you said, we haven't got a lot of information about Barracks. Interested to see what kind of performance, what kind of state he is in. We know last season he got a lot of coaching from Flash, but probably not as much this season, seeing that
Hmm.
he's in the tournament.
Yeah, he definitely did get a lot of help from Terrans during that period where he was the only Terran left in the tournament in the round of 8. So it's kind of natural for him to get a lot of advice. But if the other guys are actually still playing in the tournament, that advice is going to be at an all-time low, unless it's one of the Terrans that have already been knocked out or what have you. So we'll have to see. We will be guaranteed to get another two Terrans joining us in the round of 8. There's only two Protoss remaining. Snow and YSC are going to be the Protoss hope. If there's some Protoss fans out there, those are the two guys you want to be rooting for. A lot of people are kind of divided on YSC. Some people think he's a pretty bad player. Other players are absolutely mesmerized by him and his underdog story and actually want to see him go super deep and even kind of think of him as the new GOAT of the Protoss race. I'm a little bit mixed between those two views. I really like YSC, would love to see him do well. But for now, we've just got non-stop Terran action. Guaranteed to get those two Terran players. But which ones is it going to be? Even yesterday with the Group C, Bisu was the seed for that group and got pretty much dismantled by Jaedong and Flash. So same could happen to Barracks here, despite being the seed, might be a little bit outclassed by some of these other guys.
I have to mention that Barracks did manage to beat Light in a SCSL finals.
That's
That's the
true.
StarCast Star League finals. That was a little while ago. Not in too distant memory, but was someone who was coached by Light in the past. Worked alongside of him for a long time. There was that, student upends the master, student overcomes the master moment in the SCSL, which
Mm.
was pretty epic. And Barracks, making it even deeper in the tournament last season, put out a very good performance. But Leta here, I don't think he stands much of a chance, man. I think he is going to struggle in an all-Terran group. He showed us some really good performance versus Zergs, but I have a feeling that we're going to get a piano-esque performance from him where, he looked very good in the round of 24. He had some pretty, cute builds, and he seemed to be playing quite well uh, above his normal standard, but then sort of fell flat once it came to the round of 16, and we do see that a lot.
Yeah, and like I said earlier, this is Leta's worst matchup historically as well. So going to be a tough group for him. But who knows? Maybe he will surprise us yet again. Kind of saw that from YSC. We had some assumptions that maybe he will choke a little bit in the round of 16, despite performing quite well. It does happen to a lot of players that you break out of the round of 24 and then things get really shaky in the round of 16. And with that added best of three format where in the winners, losers, and final match, a lot harder to break through against the better players. So doesn't usually happen, but YSC's done it. Maybe Leta can do it as well. It's going to be real tough for him. I really like Royal and Light's play as of late, and because we have such little information about Barracks, I kind of have to lean towards those two. I can't see a world in which Leta suddenly plays like a godlike TVT player, although I guess that's possible. And Barracks is a complete unknown. We've hardly seen any games from him as of late, so I have no idea how he's going to perform today.
I'm really looking forward to this match between Royal and Light, that second
Mm.
match. I think that these guys are both looking like they're in tip-top shape and very different styles between the two of them. Royal, I like to call him Royale with cheese. He is a bit of a cheeky monkey. He
Yeah,
likes to
he
pull
is.
out some sneaky builds and get a little early game advantage. He's a risk taker, an aggressive Terran player. Light, much more of a standard guy, kind of sets the meta in a lot of cases. A lot of people following, a lot of Terran players kind of copying this guy and following along with what he does in order to figure out what is the standard. So he has a massive amount of respect, but I really want to see what Royal can do to him if he can throw him off his game and
Mm.
potentially take him out and go into the winners match in this group.
Yeah, Light has been a much more accomplished player than someone like Barracks, but would like to point out that Barracks has actually been grinding in the scene for a very long time. He started playing competitively almost 20 years ago. He's been in the background of the scene pretty much this entire time. It's just players like Flash and Light kind of, had him in their shadow a little bit. He has been plugging away and has a lot of respect from some of the other Terran players because they're well aware of just how hardworking Barracks is. It's just he's never quite been able to shine brightly yet. But he's got a seed today. He's been able to avoid the trial by fire best of one format of the round of 24. Didn't have to qualify to be here today, but it also might mean he's not as well prepared as he could be. I hope he's been training like an absolute madman because honestly, TVT, while it might seem simple to some of you guys that don't play Terran, it's actually a very complicated matchup, and mistakes can get punished quite easily. Most matchups are more like poker than chess in StarCraft. However, Terran versus Terran is the matchup that's most like chess comparatively to poker, despite still having ranges to consider and positional advantages to consider and incomplete information. It's the matchup that requires the most perfect play at the highest levels usually.
And you can also compare it pretty easily to a game like Go. So much of it is about position.
Yeah.
So much of it comes down to choke points and high grounds and holding the right position that makes the opponent, attack into you rather than you attacking into them. Defensive advantage is such a massive feature in TVT, and it always has been. But it's become a little bit less so. There was a time where attack you into a tank line, especially once +2 is done. It's just unheard of. You would just never do it because you would lose so much, and it would be so devastating. But these days, players have gotten so good at sending their vultures forward. Drawing the attention away from a certain battle line, gathering their army, and then overwhelming even a well-entrenched tank line, a deep tank line, that the game has opened up a lot. It's become so much more fluid and interesting, and drop play, Wraith play, Valkyrie play has
Mm.
all seeped into the Terran versus Terran meta in such a massive way that in a lot of cases, the tank lines are important, but the air battle has become as important in a lot of cases.
Yeah, and we've seen that happen with like modern warfare in the real world, right? Like air superiority became
It's
king,
true.
like the age of the
Uh-huh.
battleship very quickly faded away because do you know what? Turns out aircraft carriers with, fighter jets and bombers a little bit more important than just things on the ground. And that's kind of happened in the StarCraft Terran versus Terran mirror matchup as well. It's almost like an arms race of players figuring out, okay, what actual tools do I need to gain superiority over my opponent and area denial things and what have you. Would just like to point out that this is probably going to be the most balanced round of 8 we've ever had, since we're going to have those 2 Protoss players, Snow, YSC, but 3 Zerg players, Soma, Hero, and Jaedong, and then also we are going to have 3 Terran players, so a 2-3-3 split. Very balanced, very even, as things should be. Going to have Flash joined by 2 of these guys from this group today. But who are they going to be? Saiyan and I are leaning towards Royal and Light. Maybe you guys have become a bit of a fan of Leta during this tournament. Maybe some of you guys remember Barracks was the only guy around in the round of 8 last season. So I imagine the audience will be a little bit split on who will win today. Maybe type in the chat before the games are played. Who do you think's going to win this group? Because we definitely think it's most likely going to be Royal or Light.
Jeez, look at that. As perfect as perfect can be race distribution, right? Three,
Yeah.
three, two. It's almost like this game is balanced. That's crazy. Tell those guys on Reddit, shut their damn mouths. That's pretty much how it always goes, man. Around the round of 8. Pretty darn close in terms of race distribution. No matter who ends up winning at the end, all the races are fairly well represented,
Yeah.
especially this deep into the tournament. So that's awesome to see. Love to see it, man. And I'm very curious, as you are, to see who will end up going up first. Um, I think a lot of people are going to be placing their bets on the Light, but anything can happen, guys. We've got Barracks versus Leta first, and we'll see what kind of play Leta wants to go for. Is he going to really heavily rely on Wraiths, as we've seen in all other matchups? Or is he going to show us a kind of a different style or a more well-rounded style that we aren't expecting from him?
Yeah, who's to say? We haven't seen hardly any games from him lately, so it's really tough to call. He's just warming up now against a computer, getting his fingers as adjusted to the high APM that will be required to play this absolute crazy game, the best game of all time, the grandfather of esports. This was the game that created it all the competitive gaming that you see today. Later on the other side of the stage. Now you can see how few games he's played in the ASL during these 21 seasons, but he's a gamer. He's from quite a while ago. Hasn't really been playing much in the scene for a very long time, but when he's playing his best, he can be pretty scary and honestly one of the pretty much the best Wraith user in the game as well, in terms of the ability to micro with them, what have you. Maybe he can utilize that skill set here today. But I'm going to stir the pot a little bit, saying, like, if you Terran propagandists want to have some fun, you can say, okay, well, it might be a 3-3-2 split on the races, but this is a Terran favorite map pool, and there's only 3 Terrans. What's going on here?
Right. In the end, the maps are pretty darn balanced. Go back, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, and look at the maps, and you can really see some crazy distribution. But guys, let's jump into this first match. Group D, match 1 on Polestar. Let's go. All right, Barracks over here in the top right-hand corner, spawning in the red. On screen now. And Leta over here in the top left, and there he is. Guys, before we get into this one, if you appreciate the hours of TVT we are about to cast, if you understand, if you feel for us, you can absolutely support us through the crowdfunding website. Patreon, we have a page. It's Saiyan Xun Duocast over there on Patreon. We really appreciate any support you guys can throw our way. And if you can't help out monetarily, still join that page. Put out announcements whenever we do something, even aside from the ASL for casting SCSL, or if we're casting 2v2 or KCM. We're going to be putting out announcements on that page, so definitely follow along there. And also follow my YouTube channel, Saiyan KCM. That's where we cast the KCM games. You guys should absolutely follow that tournament as well.
Yeah, we absolutely love doing KCM. It's such a fun format. Basically a race war where there's 3 pros from each race that battle it out. There's also an all-kill prize. We won't go too much into that. Talking about this game now, looks like Barracks building a very forward racks towards the center of the map. This doesn't necessarily mean aggression. You could make up to like 3 Marines with this and put on pressure in case they only make 1 Marine and kind of get greedy. But usually this is just for scouting, to have the Barracks floating inside their base a little bit ahead of schedule. Whereas later, he's building everything inside the main base and going to be sending out an SCV scout. Both players taking their gas at an orthodox time, so there's not going to be any bunker expands.
Yeah, no bunker expands here, and no major aggression on either side as well. We did see it in TVT yesterday between Ample and Flash. Some reliance on Vulture play, which we haven't really got a lot of lately. Vulture War, but you know, if Flash is doing it, it could make a comeback, man. It could, you know, we could come back around again and start seeing a lot of Vulture War play in the future here. It's just, I feel like it's sort of slid out of the meta. It's sort of fallen back because players have gotten so good at dealing with it. But if, you know, both Ample and Flash did it at the exact same time in that one game, it has to say something, right? That maybe it might be coming around again.
Yeah, we've also seen other players utilize it. I think even Piano utilized it in his TVTs in the round of 24, I believe. So it's definitely still in fashion. But, you know, the meta is an ever-turning wheel. Sometimes things will come and go. Like, we haven't seen a lot of 973s from Zerg, and suddenly Hero starts pulling it out. That's just the nature of StarCraft. Oh, look at this from Leta. Double starport. Not surprised to see that from him at all. As I was saying previously, quite literally the best user of Wraiths in the StarCraft scene. He's well known for it. Barracks shutting down the SCV scout. I think it just barely saw the CC being made there in the natural. But this is going to be a high octane pressure play from Leta, trying to overwhelm Barracks early on, or at least do a lot of damage to the economy. And he's also plugging up his natural with a depot to wall in, kind of faking the idea that he's gonna be setting up an expansion soon. So there's a little bit of a mind game going on here from Leta. Barracks does catch the Vulture of Leta, forcing it to retreat, but there's not enough units to really pressure Leta at the moment from Barracks. But he is gonna float in his scouting racks and see that there's no expansion from Leta, so alarm bells should be ringing. This is a 1-base play, and he should be adjusting his build accordingly because he's gonna need some anti-air units very soon.
Yeah, we should be seeing an armory at the bare minimum.
Yeah.
You might want to get an eBay as well, in fact. Diving in with 2 Vultures, gonna kill these Marines real quick. Can he run by as well? Ooh, a miss shot there from the tank actually allows potentially a kill on this SCV, and a delay on the armory is kind of cute as well. Looks like he won't get the second kill there and so no secondary delay, but he put some damage on the SCV.
Yeah.
Now the Wraiths can fly in and finish that off. I mean, he's going to have to pull some SCVs to try and get this done as quickly as possible. How many kills can he get? So far, 3 have died. Here comes a 4th. And it looks like he'll get a 5th as well, but the armory is going to finish up here in just a moment.
Yeah, he will definitely get that, but Cloak is on the way. So the next phase of this pressure will start to come online soon. Just as the Goliaths start to come out, he's also going to have Cloak finishing up. This is a lot of damage to Barracks right now. I wonder if he can even stabilize. He has got an engineering bay building in the natural, meanwhile pressuring the front with a tank and vulture, but Leta's got his own tank to hold on as well. This might be too much damage though to sustain from Barracks. He does have an expansion as well, so we can produce 2 SCVs at a time and we'll have a decent mineral income. Here come the Goliaths now. Leta has to back away just for a few moments for that Cloak to finish. Barracks now with 2 tanks does pick off the tank of Leta. This is a big moment.
Ooh, that's really rough. Losing that tank, but hold on. He might end up killing both of these. Oh, Barracks going to send his tank out around the long way home. Try to sneak around the outside and potentially get back. Nope. Okay, wait. With the Cloak, he can actually kill off this tank. So a 2-for-1 trade is not bad. If he can eventually find that, he might actually spot it with the Barracks that is way out here on the map and try to find that. Okay, just gonna leave that way down at the bottom left right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna quickly refresh the stream because I think the sound is glitching at the moment. Not sure quite what that is. Bear with us just 1 second, guys. We did have some audio problems prior to setting up the stream.
I was wondering if that was just me or not. Okay, so everyone could hear that. Yeah. All right.
The lasers sounded so bassy. Did you hear like?
Oh, it might be back. I hear it again.
Oh my gosh, I have no idea what's going on with the stream, guys. This isn't us. This is the clean feed of the stream that's causing these audio glitches. So I don't know what to do about that right now, other than continuously refreshing the page. That's suboptimal to say the least.
Yeah, for sure. Not really sure what's going on. Oh my god, listen to the sound of the tank right there. What was that?
This is cursed.
That is absolutely crazy.
So cursed. Oh my god, this is like a parallel universe of playing StarCraft, man. This is so bizarre. I'm gonna try refreshing on a different screen. Hang on.
All right, while you're doing that, I guess I'll continue along. Man, the sound of the SCVs is something else, but honestly, I like this position for Leta. He's got control of the skies. He's done some economic damage. He's got his own CC up, and he killed 2 tanks out on the map. So all things are pointing in a good direction for Leta. Can he keep up with the macro of Barracks, though? Barracks is an absolute macro god. He is crazy good at just hitting all the beats as the game continues. I'm not sure if Leta can keep up with that if we get to, 3-4 bases. And oh, we back?
1 second. It worked on my other screen, so I'm gonna refresh it now. Hopefully it'll be fixed, guys. Apologies for this. This is nothing that's in our control. This is something going on with the clean feed. There we go. That should be back.
All right, I don't hear the audio disturbance anymore. I'll continue on with my thought there that Barracks may have a advantage in terms of macro as time goes on, but I think this start from Leta has been pretty crisp and well played.
Yeah, imagine, like, I've had audio issues before. I mean, saying, of course, you had tons of audio issues in your past, but I've never quite heard anything like that. That was so bizarre. Really does feel like we're in the twilight zone of StarCraft here. But Barracks is going to try and leapfrog over Leta economically with this third base timing. I mean, there's a lot of value with these cloaked wraiths, but as long as Barracks plays perfectly, he's actually in a pretty good spot. Just needs to make sure he doesn't lose any tanks for free. Although Leta going for a slowdown now on this CC. That's a little bit annoying. It's going to be delaying this CC by approximately 30 seconds or so. can be upwards of a minute if you don't immediately send that SCV to keep building it over and over again. Going to be rotating into the main base as well, delaying a starport from being built. He's being very annoying with these raids, but Barracks is kind of on top of it. He does get a scan off and pick off one of those raids with the Karen boosted Hellfire missiles off those Goliaths, and he's splitting them up so that he can cover kind of all of his points of interest and keep Leta back. Leta rotating around with some vultures, trying to be as hyperactive on the map as possible and keep Barracks distracted while he also takes his own third.
Yeah, he's going to get that up at a pretty reasonable time. Has a very good position, too, right over here. You're going to have to, be pushing up this ramp in order to, get up onto the high ground and negate that mischance. So I really like this spot. Not too close to the edge, not too close to the edge of the ramp there, but close enough to where it's going to be still very hard for Barracks to shove upwards. And he's extending that line down, but he is stretching it quite thin, and that's where breakthroughs can happen. So Barracks, he might bring everything together, find a point of weakness, and try to punch through, possibly here in the middle of the map.
Yeah, positionally, this is slightly better for Leta. He's got a good setup with these line of tanks on the high ground to the north, but Barracks isn't going to worry about that for the time being. He's going to actually push down more to this southern side and keep a big lane open, so he has access to effectively half of the map on this right-hand side, like we were talking about. This isn't terrible for both players. Like, this could be a pretty even game, but Leta's getting a bit greedy. He's taking a fourth base ahead of schedule. Barracks is going to actually slow this down. So positionally, technically, Leta is slightly superior here, but he is trying to expand faster than Barracks. It's actually pretty even between both of these guys. There might be an upgrade advantage for Barracks. I think he has +1 finished right now and has a science facility, as we see on screen there. So we'll be getting that +2 upgrades way before Leta does, and that could be a massive tempo swing for Barracks.
Yeah, he's just hitting his beats maybe a little bit better. We saw that Leta had the starport way earlier, had the potential to get into +2 faster, but has yet to even get that +1 here. So he's going to be a little bit behind the curve on that, and might end up getting the tempo turned around on him by Barracks once that comes online. He's already taking his fourth. He's stretching down on the map, and Leta's going to have to stretch really, really thin with this tank line if he wants to keep Barracks back, and that can open up opportunities. There are opportunities for Leta as well, however. Double starport at home, he may start to make a bunch of drop ships. Here comes that break now, that bust I was talking about, as Barracks tries to shove forward here in the center of the map, looking for some weakness, probing the defenses of Leta to try and open him up.
Yeah, there is a little bit of a minefield as well, so even if Barracks does break through this tank line, if he goes too deep without scanning, he might find himself punished. But this is a big run by from Leta, catching a big SCV train at the 3 o'clock position. Barracks will eventually clean this up, but he's killing a decent amount of the Barracks' workers, delaying the timing of the transfer here to the third base. That's a big mine as well. This is not bad from Leta. Like, technically, Barracks will be doing better than Leta as the game progresses with that faster upgrade timing, but these are the kind of plays that will help Leta secure a positional lead as the game develops. His fourth base was a little bit earlier as well. He's even making science vessels is Leta, so his +2 won't be too lagging behind the curve of the game. And both players are going to have D-Matrix available to them. That's really good for tank pushing, throwing a D-Matrix down onto a tank as you push your siege line forward and what have you. So both players are going to have a lot of tools at their disposal in this game.
Leta still has control of the air, but we haven't gotten a shot of Barracks base for a little while here. He may be switching into something like Valkyries coming up soon, or making a couple of Valkyries and then taking control with the Wraiths. Haven't seen many Goliaths from Leta, so that is a potential weakness. Oh, and he's going to lose his Wraiths here at the front line. That is potentially a big problem. Drops are being made by Barracks, so no commitment into Wraiths just yet. But both players thinking about that next stage with drops, and there's the +2 coming online for Barracks.
Yeah, and Leta, you know, kind of getting a little bit ahead of himself, but he feels with the position, it's good enough that he's actually going to start double expanding down here in the bottom left. Barracks will also start to throw down a CC there in the bottom right. Natural. This is going to be a potentially crazy macro game between both sides, but because Leta has this high ground to the north here, it's a big deal. It's a hard thing for Barracks to overcome, and is a dropship now popping out of Vulture to slow down that 12 o'clock expansion from Leta, and now going inside the main base as well to force a distraction, maybe get some kills on the workers there. So tank and a Vulture could do a lot of damage and at least be very annoying for Leta to clean up. But he also scouted with his own dropship that Leta was making quite a few dropships, so he knows he has to be prepared. Sometimes the best way to deal with drops is drops of your own. I wonder if that will trigger Barracks to start making more and more dropships now. This is a pretty nice play from Barracks to secure this southern high ground region, to keep Leta from putting a stranglehold on this lane later on. It's very important for Barracks to keep a position of tanks here pretty much at all times now, but that could be overrun. Like, Leta's got a lot of vultures still. He can run up on that with a siege push and start laying down mines on that position. It's going to be very hard for these players to juggle where they send their units to defend. Barracks now shoving out into the center as well, trying to utilize that +2 weapons advantage, but Leta should be finishing his +2 any second.
Yeah, it should be coming online here in a moment. It feels like Leta might be getting a little bit ahead of himself, trying to do too many things at once. He's got, you know, double expand in bottom left, plus he just took the 12 o'clock,
right,
and he's going to be trying to drop here in a second. He is holding back Barracks and kind of forcing the fights here in the middle, but I don't know. Barracks might be able to crack him open in this center and start to really take map control. Here's a big fight as Leta sends in his vultures there to combat that, to kind of soak up some of that damage and buy some time for the tanks. The drop's going to come in and I guess hit this space, kind of an interesting location to try and hit. He'll probably end up killing all the SCVs here, even as they're trying to run away. There are tons of Goliaths in this army, and they do very well against this army coming up from Barracks to try and fight this back. But with this many tanks and Goliaths on high ground, it's going to be a little bit difficult. The dropships will escape out of this sticky situation. Only the one Wraith, but it does not chase. Finally does clear that up, but quite a bit of damage with that first drop and the dropships escape, which will allow him to continue using that as a pressure.
It's really insane how many things Leta is trying to do at once. It's tough to keep all of these plates spinning without at least some of them coming crashing down. Now the center is yet again exposed. Barracks trying to capitalize on that. He was a bit deceived by the drop location from Leta. He was expecting that in the main, wasn't expecting it out of the third. Good D-matrixes coming out from Leta, buying some time, uses the dropships to quickly ferry out some more units to this defensive line, but Barracks has so many tanks on screen. He is breaking through this setup from Leta, and very quickly could find himself with all of these expansions towards the 9 o'clock and the 2 expansions in the bottom left completely exposed and open to raids from Barracks. So despite being very ahead economically speaking in this game, he spread too thin, and Barracks looking to capitalize.
This is a ton of tanks, man. Nice drop here by Leta. Might have been better to drop actually on the high ground though, and just try to hold that high ground position rather than attacking and fighting the army head on. His supply is still doing reasonably well, but Barracks just has so many tanks moving down towards the south as well now. Wow, a lot of Wraiths were just built as well. If he loses all of these dropships, I think it's going to be potentially lights out for Leta, who's sending everything down towards the bottom right, and he's going to get caught. He's going to get caught here, and this is a huge moment for Barracks as he dives directly onto these dropships. They're going to go down almost instantly, and Leta doesn't even have time to react, man. He gets one tank out of all of those drops.
That's insane. The value saying, oh my days. Like, it's admirable how audacious Leta has been playing, but he's definitely not been able to fill his own boots here, unfortunately. And Barracks is just capitalizing in such a big way. This is a massive tempo swing. Barracks did finish up his +3 weapons before Leta as well. That's not a big break point, though. It's mainly that +2 weapons that's important. Needs to be careful not to throw away these wraiths for free, but honestly, they've kind of paid for themselves already after shutting down those dropships, and now crippling the economy of Leta by raiding those expansions in the bottom left like we were talking about after opening the position. Leta's in full-on desperation mode, trying to get something done, trying to maybe contain the rally point of Barracks a little bit and start to threaten the expansions over here on the right-hand side, but it's not enough. Barracks is just in the driver's seat in pretty much every regard now. Despite expanding a bit more tentatively, it's worked out better for him. Leta had the better position with the control over this northern high ground, but it wasn't enough to lock Barracks out from attacking on that southern hemisphere, and now he's completely overrunning the tank lines of Leta with the use of that air superiority and the wraiths.
Yeah, it seems like Leta just wasn't quite able to keep up with everything that he was doing. It's no surprise. You have to be very active with your forces, mirroring the opponent and making sure that you have reinforcements for when a breakthrough is starting to happen. This attack over towards the natural may be the last dying gasp of Leta here before tapping out. He's just running out of locations to mine. He can't mine bottom left at all. And Barracks is slowly closing in from all sides. Even got the Valkyries here just to make sure that Leta... Oh, wait, sorry. Leta has the Valkyries here.
Yeah.
So he might actually wipe out these air forces. Can he get the scan in time? Force this back? Okay, he does force back everything. And he might be able to kill quite a few tanks with this Wraith force.
Okay.
Is there an opportunity here for Leta to potentially come back?
There's definitely a small window. There's not a lot of forces coming down here, but he's really sandbagging Barracks with this. But Barracks responds in kind, catches the cloaked wraiths of Leta before he could get a scan off and deal with them. Now the Valkyries pretty much useless at the moment. That can go down very quickly as well. Barracks doing a good job of putting out all of the fires that Leta tries to get ignited. And now this looks like still Barracks in such a commanding position. Leta's running out of steam in this game. He is macroing pretty well. Has got another pretty well-sized army to leverage on this front line. I think he's desperate to set up a contain on the rally point of Barracks. I think that's his one gambit here to turn this game around, but Barracks still has control over the center, so he can flank this from the south as Leta's pushing in. Those are some pretty good mines, utilizing those popcorn vultures that tend to die so quickly at this point in the game, getting value wherever he can, squeezing every drop of juice out of the orange, but I don't think it's going to be enough. He technically has air superiority for the time being, but he's not getting enough tanks over here to contain Barracks for the time being.
Oh my gosh, air control switches back to Leta now? That's crazy.
Yeah.
Leta made a huge mistake not having the scan ready when Barracks cleared out the Valkyries and Wraiths before, but now he's come back in and reversed the position. I mean, he's not really mining that well. He's still got center left and he's got top center. And I guess, you know, Barracks has center right, but he's getting more bases down towards the bottom right. He's denying bases from coming up from Leta, at least for now. Leta's now going to start to kill off a few of these tanks with all the race that he's building. He can absolutely do that very quickly. And he still has the CC down there at the bottom left. So getting these free kills is actually quite nice. Still, a lot more tanks here for Barracks in the center. He's going to collapse on this army. Tanks are trying to make their way back to the Goliaths, and it looks like he'll just barely potentially save this. Oh, a massive mine connection means that a lot of these Goliaths are very low, and so he could potentially just dive directly onto those two Goliaths and open up the whole position. He does not decide to do so. Instead, backing away, allowing that middle to be held by Barracks and expanding down towards the bottom left is a much more important thing for him to get more bases online right now.
This is a really weird game. This is a nice vulture raid from Leta down here in the bottom right. Barracks only just now recently saturated this expansion once more, and Leta's also regained control over that expansion down in the bottom left. So at the moment, Leta technically has access to more mining until Barracks can get back set up in that bottom right expansion. This game could still be pretty even, and suddenly Leta also quite ahead and spice. Look at how many vultures have been made. He's going for a tempo play. He wants to try and overwhelm Barracks all at once with just too much stuff for his tank lines to hold against, while laying down mines in those tank positions to help get a contain on this rally point and try and go for a positional win over Barracks. This could be a massive swing for Leta right now. Barracks has so many tanks in the center of the map that are contributing nothing presently. Leta getting all the way towards the production line of Barracks now. This is a crazy play from Leta, but it might just work.
Dude, those tanks in the middle of the map are so vulnerable to wraiths, and actually these tanks as well. No Goliaths to support them. No Valkyries have been sent forward. There are Valkyries over to the right-hand side, but they haven't been sent in. 3 Valkyries, in fact. Can he actually kill all of these wraiths? He's dealing so much damage, but the wraiths have a way better DPS with those Gemini missiles. I mean, all of these got to be so low. Yeah, look at how low each and every wraith is here. Like 1 volley away from death, but Barracks is now going to lose every tank in GG. Oh my God, what a comeback from Leta. This was an incredible fight, back and forth. It was so close to being over there a couple of times, and Leta seemed to be getting outplayed in just the macro engine from Barracks, but some really nice comebacks there. Some really good switching back and forth between wraiths and good positional play by him. Gotta love the gambit there, the gamble of just diving in with all those vultures and going for the throat at the moment when Barracks was distracted in bottom right.
A really wild TVT, very tug of war-esque and tempo swinging like a pendulum. You saw Leta blowing out his cheeks. He was probably very stressed out that game. That was not an easy win, but honestly, I'm so impressed by him being able to think on his feet and adjust accordingly to the game state. It looked like Barracks felt very comfortable towards the end, but I don't know exactly what happened where it all kind of went wrong for Barracks. He just didn't have a good enough answer to the wraiths of Leta. He made some of the right plays, you know, making Valkyries, always having some Goliaths out on the map. He lost some Goliaths to mines, and then didn't do a good job of clearing up the wraiths of Leta with those Valkyries. Definitely helped cost him the game. Seriously sick positional play from Leta to identify a win condition and rise from the ashes like a phoenix like that. It really did look like he was potentially going to be absolutely stymied by Barracks in this game. Not even be able to mine in that base in the bottom left for a long time. Barracks with the 2 expansions in the bottom right. He was 1 base ahead of Leta, but the vulture raiding parties.
What about all
the
dropships killed?
Yeah,
the dropships, man. Holy.
that was nuts, man.
How did he come back from losing
I don't know.
6 full dropships?
Yeah, and those wraiths continue to exist and get value after that. It's maddening. Like, this is not TVT that we're used to from years ago. Like, the matchup is so much different than it used to be, guys. I think we all need a quick break after that. Run to the bathroom, grab some water, grab some fruit, crack open another can from your 6-pack, whatever you got to do, and come back for match number 2 here in Group D, round of 16, ASL 21, Royal versus Light. Don't go anywhere.
All right, guys, welcome back to the ASL studio. We're here and ready for our second match of the night. Royal versus Light. This is the one that I'm looking forward to the most. I want to see uh, who has the upper hand in this matchup because Light is just such a powerhouse. He is such a strong player. Curious, though, to whether Royal can match him here today.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I mean, Royal did have a fair amount of TVTs to get his ASL championship way back when. I think that was against Rush in the finals. I'm not 100%. I think so. I think he beat him like 4-2 or something. Really impressed by Royal as a player, as a whole. Haven't seen him play a ton of TVT lately, so I'm not sure exactly what his shape is. I think he did lose a game to Mind in the round of 24 and then beat Mind in Revenge in the finals match, something like that. He seemed pretty good. I'm not sure how he's going to stack up to Light. Light is basically Pappy Terran. He's probably got the most experience out of just about all of these guys. Maybe Flash would be the caveat to that. Flash has just played a seriously insane amount of games compared to just about everyone. But Light himself is just an absolute wealth of knowledge. Super excited to see what kind of interesting plays come out from these two. I imagine Light is going to play a lot tighter than Royal is, whereas I can definitely seeing the Royale with Cheese getting really creative and aggressive with something fancy this game.
We could be in for a real banger of a TVT match, guys. That last one was very solid, though.
Yeah.
Actually surprised at how well Leta was able to play in TVT there. Uh, Things were looking pretty dicey for him for a minute, being behind in upgrades, losing those drops, having some poor trades, but he certainly showed a great ability to multitask. Like he was doing so many different things at once
He really was.
in that game, expanding all over the map, harassing constantly, doing drops and moving army and just doing all the things at the same time. Really impressed at his play. We're going to find out, though, now who his opponent will be in the winners match. Would be insane if Leda got out first, man. That would be that would be mind blowing. Um,
It's possible, right?
that would be crazy, actually. I don't know if he can beat either of these two guys though in a best of three. We'll have to see.
Yeah, it's probably a bigger challenge than the best of one against Barracks. We'll see which one of these guys will be facing off against later in that winners match. You can see the statistics of Light a little bit more superior to Royal, historically speaking. Light is Mr. Consistent as far as Terrans go. Royal definitely in the past was more of a specialist in that Terran versus Zerg matchup, but he's improved a lot over this last year or so. Let's jump into it though, guys. The ASL Season 21 Group D. Second match, Royal versus Light on Polestar.
Royal over here in the top right. The red Terran player. We got Light over here in the top left. In the blue. Yeah, Royal, I mean, he hasn't been that consistent over the years. He had that one season. He was able to become a champion. Very much avoided Protoss in his run. But in this last year or so, he has exploded in terms of overall skill.
Yeah.
In basically every matchup. He has just been playing absolutely out of his mind.
For sure.
And making me a believer, man. Like, this guy has had a pretty big roller coaster in terms of KCM, but he really has been putting out some great games and consistently showing us some interesting creative plays. So I'm very curious to see what he'll do now.
Yeah, I'm loving seeing the OG fans in the crowd as well. There was a guy that's been following the scene since 98. I'm in a similar position myself. Absolutely so privileged and honored to be able to bring you guys this ASL coverage. A dream come true for Saiyan and I. This game has been a big part of our lives for a very long time. Let's see what these two gamers have got in store for us. Seems like both players taking their gas at 12. Royal's slightly more optimized on minerals than Light is, so maybe a slightly crisper build order from him. But it's also a factor of he's spawning on the right, so he's got more mineral optimizations with return cargo than Light does, as well as the fact that Light wanted to build a forward barracks, so there's a little bit of lost mining time sending out that SCV rather than just building it on the periphery of your base.
Yeah, and all these things should level out here.
Right.
As time goes on, not going to be huge advantages, but again, both players going for gas builds, so another situation we have here with neither player opening with a CC first or, you know, some sort of bunker expansion.
Oh my gosh.
And we could have a very early game. We're just going to come in here.
Royal had a
and find out
27 factory off of a 12 gas.
Oof.
What am I looking at? That's insanely well optimized.
I guess aren't Terran players and just kind of casually watching this TVT group. About 2:30 is a pretty darn fast factory, but 2:27.
That's nuts.
Really quick. Unless you're doing something like an 11 gas, and I wasn't quite watching at that very moment when he threw down the gas to know.
Yeah, it was 12.
It was an 11
it was
or
12. He was just
okay.
so mineral optimized.
12 is...
He made it crisp. Like, it was way ahead of the gas of Lights, despite being 12 as well. Usually, yeah, like 229 is considered quick for a factory, so 227 is absolutely batshit crazy high-level optimizations. Royal must be firing on all cylinders today, because those optimizations are so tough to hit.
Yeah, that's impressive for sure. 2 seconds doesn't sound like a lot, but when you're this well optimized and your build is this well figured out, like the 12 gas build, like everybody knows how to do this. People are practicing this constantly. Being able to hit just a couple seconds earlier on that factory timing is incredible. Royal gonna be able to get his vultures out just a tiny bit faster. Can he get any sort of an advantage off that as he throws down a starport here behind this while Light goes into 2 factory play?
Okay, well, this could be, you know, like a 1-1-1 build. It's not an all-in way of playing, but it's pretty aggressive. There's a style where you can basically make non-stop tank off one factory and non-stop Wraith off the starport, and actually put a lot of pressure onto Terran. You can actually get some quick wins on the ladder with a build like this. If you're not a very good Terran player, this is actually not a bad build to go for. It's pretty easy to execute and pretty potent as well if they don't have enough anti-air. They're defending on the ground against the tanks, and then suddenly you've also got Wraiths in the air. You know, like, a Wraith can easily kill 2 Marines over time, and if they don't build an armory, suddenly you can overwhelm them and have a vision advantage with those Wraiths when it comes to the tank versus tank as well. Looks like Light going for a more vulture-centric style. He's got 3 factories, pokes into the natural, picks off a Marine, does sustain a bit of damage on one of his vultures for his efforts. I'm curious how aggressive Royal is going to be with this, because you can basically turn this into a semi-all-in build where you really run it down with the tanks and Wraiths early game and put so much pressure, but you could also just, you know, macro out of this and not get too crazy as well. Let's see.
Looks like he just wants to get rid of the vision here, and also the barracks. You have to build another barracks if you want to add on any additional factories, so gonna get rid of that as quickly as possible. That does slow things down with the Wraith plate, though. Like, you're going to have this armory nearly complete by the time the Wraith arrives. So he's going to go ahead, fly into the main, start to look for that armory, and might be able to get, you know, maybe 1 kill, maybe 2 kills on the SCVs here, but certainly not as much as we saw Leta get with his 2-port Wraith play off of 1 base earlier.
Yeah, seems like he isn't going to do too good of a job slowing this down. He accidentally shot the armory once, so delays killing that SCV building the armory. Every second helps for Light here getting this built. Second Wraith comes in now to help micro down these Marines and put some pressure on, but the Armory's going to finish up now. We'll maybe get a few SCVs, though, for his efforts and sandbag the economy of light ever so slightly, and it does seem like Royal is going to be transitioning out of this pretty comfortably. This was just a pressure play. 1-1-1 setup, nothing too crazy and aggressive, but it does allow light now to contain with mines and get a small positional advantage, and he's going to rotate out of the vulture setup that he was maybe considering initially. As soon as he identifies the 1-1-1 build from Royal, best to just go for a mine contain and start throwing down an additional machine shop and playing a bit more of an orthodox style then on.
Yeah, it might be a little hard for Royal to push out right now. Got to be careful if he wants to move forward. Don't want to get hit by any mines here. Could absolutely ruin your day with a setup from light right now. If he manages to siege up directly in front of Royal's base, that could wind up being very, very bad for Royal. But behind this, getting additional starports, Royal wants to take to the skies and double down on that air control. We'll see if that ends up working out for him, or whether, you know, Light can eventually seize that back, potentially with a few Valkyries. There's the mines popping up. Not getting any big connections, though. Light just going to hold back on that high ground, similar to the position we saw Leta take earlier.
Yeah, I haven't seen the control tower researching Cloak. Maybe he's just delaying that for a little bit of a time so that he can optimize Wraith production first. I imagine he will eventually get that. Light kind of being cheeky. He's trying to see if he can snipe one of these tanks off that is slightly further forward. Does pick that off very quickly without a response from Royal. And now bleeding a few vultures as well. Needs to be careful. He wants to take this third base, but if he makes a small mistake with his tank positioning, suddenly Light could pounce and get right on top of him. He has got a decent count of vultures, does Royal. But if he goes aggressive with the vultures, that could also be good. It's going to force a bit of a retreat and response from Light. He needs to cover this third base that's going up right now. Can't really risk vultures coming in and killing SCVs off either in the natural or delaying the CC at the third. So being hyperactive with the vultures is really smart from Royal. It's actually forcing Light to completely fall back and consolidate his current position, and that will take the pressure off of Royal so he can get his own third on way.
Yeah, Royal looking for any holes in the defense, but Light sealed up pretty tight. Has not built that third base just yet. Such a big commitment to Wraiths here from Royal. I think he's going to potentially try to break one of these lines in just a moment. Get really hyper aggressive with no third base on the way and this much of a commitment to Wraiths. He's looking for a very big win here shortly. Potentially like take a fight when all the Goliaths are dead, overwhelm the tanks on the ground with Wraiths, and then continue to push forward and take an even better position, maybe even raid that 3 o'clock base, or that third base, excuse me.
Yeah, he has delayed this third quite a long time. Oh, nice scan from Light. He sees the pooling of Wraiths. He didn't see every single Wraith, but he sees the second starport, sees that there was a decent clump of Wraiths there. Now Cloak is done. Royal gonna start hitting these tank lines. There are a few Goliaths out on the map, but he's not quick with the scan. He picks off one Goliath for free. This is problematic for Light. A lot of tempo going to Royal now, shutting down these two Goliaths, exposing the tanks in the center. There's another Goliath showing up, but in single file, this is not going to help out too much. Just sending one Wraith at a time, not good enough. Tries to preemptive repair that Goliath, but he can't sustain the incoming DPS from those burst lasers. This is opening up the position so much for Royal to pounce on in just a moment.
Ooh, that was really close. Almost took that mine hit there. Would have been very difficult to push through with a bunch of these tanks badly damaged, but he dives back in, kills another Goliath. All the army is right here to the right of this spot. and it's ready to dive in. He's going to kill a couple more tanks, and he's going to pull the trigger. More Goliaths do arrive, but this is so many Wraiths. He can continue to gun them down, and it doesn't really matter at this point. There are enough tanks now on the side of Royal to potentially push through. He's done what he needs to do, and he's shoving forward now to try and get on top of this army. He does dive directly onto that army and will shove over towards that third base, dude. Royal just smashed him. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
What a play from Royal. What a gamble. Look at that cheeky smile on his face. That's the Royale with cheese I like. Oh my gosh.
Oh my days. I was so impressed with Royal from start to finish. Like, even just the optimizations at the start of the game were mind-blowing to me. Not even to mention the rest of the game. Like, Light just didn't anticipate that many Wraiths. Like, he knew there was going to be a Wraith switch of some kind. He just didn't expect that many. He thought he had enough Goliaths to kind of buffer against that. But Royal made the perfect amount of Wraiths, pounced on the Goliaths before a scan could come off, and then he only had to deal with them one at a time. And you've got so much DPS when you've got that many Wraiths that the Goliaths can't really kill the Wraiths off at all. It's kind of insane. The tempo play in TVT in the modern era is so impressive. Used to be such a back and forth, go like positional style of game back in the day, just setting up trench lines and trying to fight over inches. Gone are those days. You can see just how insanely tempo orientated the matchup is now, and it's so much more interesting to watch as a result, Sam.
It absolutely is, guys. We're going to take a short break here. When we come back, that winner's match between Royal and Leta is coming right up. And we are back, guys, for our winners match here. It's gonna be Royal versus Leta, and I'm curious to see which of these two guys are gonna come out on top. Both players again utilizing a very high number of wraiths
Mm,
to their advantage. You know, really leaning into wraith play. It's a trend that we've seen all season long, actually,
yeah,
in TVT. Uh, Basically, wraiths have been the factor, the through factor between all of these guys, and the winners have basically been the ones who can control the air. And it's funny that you were talking about earlier, Shun, how uh, the aircraft carrier in real life kind of changed the game. Now
right.
it's all about drones, right? It's like another level of air supremacy
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
totally dominating the battlefield in real life, and kind of a similar thing going on in StarCraft Terran versus Terran as well.
Oh, absolutely, saying there's some crazy developments in the real world in terms of warfare, but obviously StarCraft is a bit of a closed circuit. You know, we're not necessarily gaining any new units. It's more just how
Mm,
units are being utilized. So you have to be even more creative in StarCraft because you've got a limited set of tools to best dismantle your opponent. So I'm always blown away by these guys able to basically reinvent the wheel essentially, because you've not got any new moving parts. It's the exact same configure, the exact same set of components with different configurations, different timings, and different optimizations that are really making the difference. That's why I was so blown away by Royal cranking out that 227 factory. He's doing manual alignment of SCVs on most of his patches to get that kind of insane timing. And when like I was saying to you off air, like even when you first start the game, you're suboptimal. You're not able to play a perfect game soon as the first second hits because you can't perfectly split and make the worker at the exact same time. Some of these guys do go into pre-remastered mode so that they can have their cursor centered on the screen in the 4:3 ratio format, so they can basically build the worker as the game is loading in, and they also see the game loaded in a couple of frames quicker than if you were to load in on remastered mode. So some of these guys are even doing that to get a teeny tiny bit of an advantage, and it just blows me away like how these guys are essentially able to speed run StarCraft in new and creative ways to get every tiny advantage and leverage to utilize against their opponent. No idea what's going to happen between these two. Stylistically, this should be a very interesting best of three between Leta and Royal. Don't know how to call it, but we're going to be jumping into it right away, guys. The winners match in the round of 16, Group D, Royal versus Leta on Octagon.
Royal spawning over here at the top right, the red Terran player. And we've got Leta down here in the bottom left. Blue Terran. What kind of shot does Leta have against Royal, who just took out Light of all people in a pretty convincing fashion? It's hard to imagine Leta getting out of this group first, but anything can happen, man. I mean,
Right.
the script writers have come up with more crazier plot twists in the past.
It's very true. This ASL is shaping up to be one of the best of all time. It's absolutely nuts, and especially with the balance of the round of 8 with the race split as well, the 3-3-2 race split. I mean, what more do you want in life, man? Like, we really got an absolute banger of a tournament to enjoy. And honestly, these TVTs are not disappointing either. Like, I'm sure some of you guys were not expecting the most interesting of mirror matchups here today, but already those first two games have kind of subverted expectations. Now we've got Leta putting down a barracks about as far out into the center as you can get. Let's see if both players are going to be taking their gas or not. But look at Royal. He's going to be doing a CC first. He's getting a little bit cheesy in an economic sense here. And later, he's playing orthodox. You know, he's throwing down his gas at a normal timing. He's not doing a bunker expand or anything. And this is cross map. So Royal definitely getting the better end of the stick here with the build order.
Yeah, I didn't see Leta build too many Marines last time either, so, you know, he might get a bit of a deficit here to start things off. He might have a bit of a hard time. Royal, gonna be throwing down his barracks now. And does get that in the natural. First Marine gonna be popping out here soon. He sees the direction that the SCV is leaving the base in.
Okay.
And so he knows exactly where he's going. Second SCV is on the way here. Marines are going to be built. Pressure will be levied towards the Royal. I think the Marine will arrive before the barracks is done as well. Okay, this could get a little dicey.
This is great for later. Like, the fact that he was able to see that SCV scout and immediately identify this CC first, he can now put on the pressure right away and continue Marine production as well. So suddenly, maybe later can do enough damage to compensate. Royal's going to have to pull a pretty hefty amount of SCVs, acting as linebackers, keeping this aggression away from him while he finishes up this barracks and can start building his own Marines. Kind of like what you would see in a bunker rush in a ZVT. These SCVs have a little bit more HP than those drones do, but also have less range, so very tricky to navigate this. You can see him pulling back the low HP SCVs over and over again while the bunker goes up and he gets some Marine in there. So he's safe for now, but look at Leta not slowing down. He's throwing it down a Proxy starport just to the south of Royal's expansion.
Oh boy, this is going to get spicy here.
Yeah.
Not even losing a single SCV is pretty good for Royal, but
Right.
a lot of these SCVs are beaten up a bit, so the Wraith that comes in a moment might be able to get some quick kills, and it's definitely going to throw Royal off a bit, who doesn't even have his factory done yet to start an armory, so he's really going to have a hard time getting a Goliath out to potentially stop this.
Is he going drop? He's made a control tower. Oh my gosh, he's getting very spicy. I like this depot from Royal, kind of blocking vultures from getting behind the mineral line with a run by too easily, and then a Sim City to make them harder to get into the main base as well. He is plugging himself up pretty tight, but is he going to be optimized at dealing with some drop play here from Leta? Leta can just dump these units inside the main base, and Royal might not have a response to that. I mean, he's got his two factories coming online in just a moment, but there will be a small window where Leta is able to dump vultures inside the main base here of Royal. And with good micro, it's going to be really tough for Royal to stabilize without taking some damage.
He is going to have a couple of vultures out. Oh, nice snipes here on a couple of the Marines as well. Doesn't get the second Marine there. Barely not able to get that. Looks like 3 vultures in the main, but Royal's very quickly going to have 3 vultures of his own. No, he starts a machine shop. Okay, that's actually pretty unfortunate for Royal right now. He could have had 3 vultures right then and there. Mine's getting laid down right on top of this. Oh! Oh my god. Huge mistake from Royal. He baits the mine, or he gets baited by the mine. Or the mine gets baited into the Marine and kills the vulture. SCVs are starting to fall down en masse. Now 3 vultures can one-shot an SCV, and he's killing so damn many. Dude, Royal really messed up with this defense. Great surround, though. 1 vulture pops out, and it looks like he's finally going to deal with this. But, oh my god, he takes another mine connection. Holy cow, the mines are absolutely insanely clutch for Leta here.
Yeah, he's taking his own expansion behind this as an insurance policy. Doesn't want to be completely all in here. Has a Wraith built as well, can start harassing the SCVs. He's going to go straight into the natural with these vultures, use the dropship to get them behind the minerals. Royal in a little bit of desperation now. He has got better SCV production, was mining on this natural for quite some time, has sustained a lot of losses though. A lot of units have gone down. Quite a decent count of SCVs, but he did manage to shut down the Vulture raiding party in the main base pretty reasonably well. Now here come the Wraiths in the natural. We're getting some sound audio glitches again. I'll fix that in just a moment. Apologies, guys. Nothing we can do about that. Losing so many SCVs in this game is royal.
Oh, he lost the dropship to the bunker. Yeah, go ahead and hit that refresh button. We'll get right back into the game, guys. No way.
What can you do, guys? Such is
well,
life
this is
now.
Hilarious.
Everything is just ads. Here we go.
Well, okay. Hopefully we didn't miss too much there. Everything was pushed back. There was the dropship that got taken down by the bunker, kind of hilariously. That is a static building taking down a dropship, which you don't usually see, especially not a bunker, but he ends up losing that. Will pick off these vultures, though, out on the map. Leta has once again managed to find himself in a really solid position early on in the game. 1 HP on this Goliath. It takes so much damage from that mine. Royal has been tripping on rakes all this entire game by stepping into mines over and over again and losing so many units because of it.
Yeah, now positionally this is looking pretty fantastic for Leta. He's not lagging behind in economy so much anymore with his own expansion established. He's got control over this high ground ridge outside the natural of Royal. This is seriously problematic for Royal to contest with, and he's still got those Wraiths ready to help out in the trades when Royal finally does start to come in. He can also use them to harass Royal in the mineral lines and what have you. Importantly, he can use them to shut down the barracks from Royal from getting vision over that high ground area and giving his tanks slightly longer firing range. He's actually rotating down with his units to the 3 o'clock, and Leta doesn't see this. This is a neutral control tower, so that doesn't provide vision to Leta, so he has no idea this is here. The Vulture's about to spot it, though.
Big spot there from Leta. Sees the army moving around the bottom side. Royal actually is still moving. He scans, he sees the unsiege there, but he's going to continue to move around and through the middle of the map. This one random supply depot is actually going to spot this out. Leta just going to set up back at home. Is it possible we're going to see, you know, Royal contain Leta at his natural and Leta containing Royal at his natural? That would be kind of a awkward and funny position.
Yeah.
If we end up seeing it happen that way. Oh, this is pretty good. Leta moved over to the side. He gets a couple of vulture kills here, shaving off a few of these units, but Royal is unleashed on the map and could potentially get some damage going.
Right, and he's got plenty of plenty of Goliaths to shut down these Wraiths, and Vultures joining the front as well. This is a reasonable attack force. He can scan the high ground ridge, clear out the mines, and start to go for that contain play you were talking about. This 9 o'clock base that Leta's trying to secure is very exposed as well, but Royal doesn't know about that just yet. Very bizarre game that's developing. I'm not sure if Leta even anticipated this move here from Royal. Might be having a hard time adjusting his game plan to it. Royal now rotating around with those vultures. We'll be able to delay that 9 o'clock CC from going online. Very technical game from both sides. I had a feeling that their styles would clash a little bit and we would be seeing some fireworks going off, and that does indeed seem to be the case, Sam.
For sure it does, and Royal's managed to get himself a bit of a advantage in terms of supply, and he's setting up to potentially sandwich this army. So this is going to be a huge moment when Royal tries to break out of this little containment here. Only 4 tanks, quite a lot of vultures are being brought forward by Royal. He should easily clear this, but how much does he lose in the clearing of this army? He actually handles it pretty well. Some little mine connections go off here and there, but Royal gets clear of this army, and now can start to move across the map and potentially try to contain Leta on his side of the map.
This was a really efficient clear out from Royal. So impressed with his play. Leta trying to find compensation by harassing the mineral line. Not really getting a whole lot done there. Goliath kicking that out ahead of schedule. Not really doing a lot of damage to Royal in response. And now his 9 o'clock is exposed and he is desperate to get control of his lanes to prevent an attack from coming online at this 9 o'clock, and it might still happen. Big mine connections on that tank, gonna finish him off with the fragmentation grenades of those vultures. Oh, big mine connection there, almost crippling some of the army of Royal, slowing down this advance. Leta is so desperate to defend this base. He's actually in a pretty good position if he can hold the line against Royal and get a bit of an economic advantage. He's pulling his own Wraiths again. He's going to try and take an even bigger air superiority, but so is Royal going to be catching up, throwing down starports to also contest Leta in the skies. What a wild set of TVTs we're having today, Saiyan.
Yeah, these are some of the better TVTs we've seen. Honestly, that first game was probably the best example of what TVT can be in the modern era. That game with Leta earlier versus Barracks. So much back and forth, and really never a static moment where both players are just sitting back building turrets and checking into battle cruisers or even just mass drops. Not enough time for that. Too much going on. Too many little things being exploited, little counterattacks happening that can absolutely win the game. And so you have to keep reacting to your opponent. You have to keep matching them. And look at this. Royal's going to send some vultures on the bottom side. At the same time, Leta counterattacking towards the top side and getting quite a few SCV kills for his efforts. In fact, could continue to chase this down, but instead just going to lay mines over here on the side. Another mine connection there. It seems like that might be Royal's weakness in this matchup a bit. He's taken so many mine connections overall. It's starting to become a bit of a trend.
Yeah, I like how Leta's playing. He's also taking his mineral only, so trying to leapfrog over the expansion timings here from Royal. Royal's third is a bit delayed, and just as he's getting that fully saturated, Leta is soon to be finishing up his fourth base. Both players look like they will be taking to the skies in a big way, but Leta already has so many Wraiths made. It's going to be a challenge for Royal to contest that. He is going to utilize Valkyries to try and make up the difference, but as we've seen in previous games, even if you've got 3 Valkyries, sometimes there's so many Wraiths that you can only burst them down to low HP, and it doesn't matter what hit points a unit has. Even if it's on 1 HP, it still does the exact same amount of damage. So this could still be problematic for Royal if he's not able to challenge him in the air like that. Another Vulture raid here at the 12 o'clock, kind of distracting Royal while he pushes out past this ridge line as well to gain some control towards the center, open up more avenues of attack to leverage his tanks to the other ridge line here, as well as getting his vultures in play on that high ground to take a more cost-efficient trade against the vultures of Royal. Now that he's got these tanks set up here, he's going to be feeling more and more comfortable with his position. He still hasn't utilized these Wraiths. He's got 11 and he's still making more. He's going to go for a massive tempo-orientated style of play here against Royal and hope that he hasn't got any answers to combat these Wraiths when they finally go out.
Yeah, I think we're a couple Valkyries made by Royal so far. But, oh gosh, he does get a scan, sees a part of the Wraith number. He doesn't see all of it. So he doesn't know exactly how much of a commitment this is from Leta, but he's at least built a few Valkyries so far. We might see a situation where one player just slightly miscalculates, right? Oh, another starport on the outside. Dude, what a commitment to Wraiths here from Leta. But like, if you just a tiny bit miscalculate in a fight against a bunch of Valkyries, and you think there's 3 when there's actually 4 or 5 potentially, and then like every single Wraith can die in a quarter of a second. It can be absolutely insane how fast that can swing.
Yeah, it looks like Leta is trying to gain control of just about 3 of the 4 ridge lines at the moment. Really insanely ambitious from him. Wants to shut out Royal from the corners of the map, but Royal responding now with his Wraith Valkyrie fleet. That's going to be a trigger moment for the Wraiths of Leta. Activating Cloak, starting to come across the map now. If he gets a pounce on these Valkyries before a scan comes down from Royal, he could find himself in such a sticky situation. He's going to go in now and try and target fire down some of these Valkyries. Good scan though from Royal, that helps out, but he's not target firing the clump of Wraiths quite efficiently enough. But there is also a healthy count of Wraiths from Royal, so he does start to win the fight in the air. This is a great play from Royal, shutting this air fleet down from Leta. That puts Royal into a much more comfortable position now.
Massive investment there from Leta into that Wraith fleet. Does not pay off for him, and now he's trying to push out here, get a little bit of a breakout on the top side of this containment, but he doesn't have air control, so pushing any further is going to be very difficult. More tanks coming up to reinforce this line, and Royal is saying absolutely not. You're not going to be breaking out of this position, Leta. I'm going to lock you down into this corner and block you in, prevent you from moving anywhere on the map, like that top left or bottom right. And in fact, Royal is taking those spaces over right now and rotating over here to this side to prevent an army from outmaneuvering him on the left side of the map. Both players have finished their +2 now, and so attacking into any of these tank lines is going to be that much harder. Tanks coming down on the low ground. Can he get a mine connection on some of these tanks? He's laid down so many mines. Surely one of them will connect. There it is. It does connect there, and so tanks will get down to the low ground, start to shell the space.
Yeah, Royal's playing a pretty fantastic game. Now Leta's the one making Valkyries. He had a +2 weapons advantage for just a few seconds when he was pushing out to the center, but Royal's +2 finished not long after that. Leta unable to basically utilize the upgrade advantage to fruition, but now Leta trying to make a bit of a gambit, trying to come back in the sky once more, but hasn't got that many Wraiths to utilize. And also Royal still has a hefty count of Wraiths elsewhere on the map, and he is outgrowing Leta, taking this double expansion in the top left quadrant. If he can secure lanes to these bases and shut out Leta from getting up here, suddenly Leta's in a little bit of trouble. He's going to send down a couple of SCVs to start making command centers down in the bottom right and set up a split map scenario. Looks like there's some vultures though coming out from Royal in that southern hemisphere, trying to break through the tank lines to get some snipes on these SCVs as they're setting up these bases.
Nice little run by here from Royal. Meanwhile, Leta has set up a pathway on the left-hand side of the map. Might be able to utilize some drops next to load up and drop into the top left. You can see Royal starting to preempt that, building 4 turrets in that top left. Aware that there is a bit of a vulnerability there. He can't just build turrets all the way to the wall on that high ground just to the left here. He is going to try to push towards that, though. He would love to get control of that area. It puts so much pressure on Leta at the center left, but Leta has a pretty strong position. Can Royal break through here? A lot of the Goliaths are on hold position, so not really doing too much attacking there as he pushes forward. Leta, meanwhile, pushing forward in the middle of the map. Big siege tank line inching forward as Royal clears out this area. He's going to put this base at center left under threat again. Wraith play, going to move over. Big group of Wraiths going to move over and start to deal with these tanks. One Goliath is not going to cut it, man. And Royal, oh my god, Royal losing control of some of these units. He's actually going to lose a bunch of tanks right there. And he's lost control of the air over on the left-hand side. All these tanks are going to die for free. This is a huge swing for Leta suddenly.
Yeah, this is pretty great. It's insane how many air units are being made by both sides. You can see now, here comes Royal with some Valkyries and another pack of Wraiths. Leta getting out of dodge before they are able to strike. Trying to utilize the safety of this turret to his advantage and force a fight over it. Does scan and try and come in and get a snipe on those Valkyries. Pretty good job of sniping down those Valkyries. Has his own Valkyrie as well to splash down the Wraiths of Royal. Nice trade here from Leta. able to survive with 3 Wraiths to bully back these tanks, pressuring this expansion. This is such a wild game. At the moment, Royal is doing better economically. He's got these bases saturated in the top left corner, whereas Leta just now setting up his duo of expansions in the bottom right. But this play from Leta, shutting out Royal from having access to these top left bases, is so problematic. He can now start to assault these saturated expansions. It's going to be very difficult for Royal to respond to this. He's gonna have to come from this 12 o'clock lane from the low ground to try and combat this. This could be a very sticky fight for him to win. SCV's coming off the line. Here comes a big mine, massive detonation, killing 2 of the tanks of Leta, but it's not enough to shut this attack down. Royal could find himself in a lot of trouble soon if he's not able to respond to this active threat in the top left.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he can get up here, man. Royal might actually just want to counterattack down to bottom right and cut off those bases instead, but he himself has not been able to secure the center right. Leta has been denying that, so if Royal clears these out, even if Royal's able to trade for bottom right, it's going to be a favorable position for Leta. He's done such a good job at controlling this game, and he's got himself a pretty significant supply lead here as he clears out this top left. He's going to try to move to potentially stop this bottom right-hand corner, and he also has, oh my god, look at all the Valkyries here.
They don't shoot down, Sam.
Oh man, the thing is, if you see that many Valkyries, I think as Leta, you just stop building Wraiths. Just don't build any more Wraiths. That's so much supply that's being wasted if you don't build anything in the air.
And the only way those Valkyries become good is if Royal himself makes a ton of Wraiths. But how is he going to do that? He's just had his 2 bases killed in the top left. 12 o'clock is under siege now. He hasn't got hardly any money coming in. He can't afford to make units on the ground and a big fleet of Wraiths anymore. Royal is caught between a rock and a hard place. He is shutting down the expansions of Leta in the bottom right, but that Leta doesn't care. He just killed the top left. I'm just going to expand up to there now. He throws down a couple of CCs. Royal takes the 3 o'clock as a consolation prize. He needs to keep expanding and keep growing. He's lost so many SCVs. He's got hardly any minerals ticking by right now to operate with. He is loading up some dropships, but there's also dropships available to Leta to utilize. So this is such a weird game, and actually Leta has more dropships, and one of the best counters to dropships, if you can't just kill them in transit, is just dropping on top of the dropship. So at the moment, Leta has all the tools that he needs. There is a pretty healthy count of Valkyries here. If they could somehow find the dropships, maybe they would find some value, but doesn't look like they are. The Valkyries are down the bottom right. The dropships are going towards the northern hemisphere of the map, maybe looking for a massive doom drop inside the main base of Royal, getting on top of that production line, while he's also starting to hit this mineral only location. Royal's gonna tap out. GG is called, and Leta takes the first game of the series. I am really impressed with Leta's play today, Sam.
Yeah, I'm blown away. Like, Leta is absolutely peaking right now. It is crazy to me to see him beating up on these Terran players after, years and years of just it playing in the background, not really being a factor, maybe a round of 24 here and there, but for the most part, just kind of a non-issue. Suddenly comes out absolutely guns blazing in one of the biggest, most contested, hotly contested ASLs of all time, ASL 21.
Yeah, Royal looks nonplussed, to say the least. Looks like a scene kid from back in the day with that fringe as well. I don't know if I could play like that, like seeing like hair strands like in the top of my peripheral vision while I'm playing. That wouldn't be comfortable for me, but Royal's doing his own thing. Let's see if he can turn this series around. Gonna have to dig deep. I'm sure he's a little bit shaken up by that game against Leta. Maybe didn't expect the power level for Leta to be peaking quite this much, but guys, we're about to jump into it now. The game 2 of the winners set between Royal and Leta on Knockout. Let's get it.
Royal spawning in the top left. Red Terran player. Leta down here in the bottom left. Vertical spawns. Showed some pretty innovative play there against the CC first from Royal last game. And proving to be much more resilient and well-rounded than I give him credit for. Able to keep up with the best of the best in long macro games. It's kind of incredible to see this guy having evolved this far. Kind of in the periphery, in the background, without anybody really paying attention.
It is pretty special that he's just like suddenly coming back to the scene and playing this well against the best in the business. Seriously mind blown by this guy presently. I'm vibing so much with this TVT group that I even just caught myself dancing a little bit to the soundtrack. StarCraft's got such banger music, man, and I'm really feeling it today. These games have been fantastic. Apologies for the audio glitches that seem to be running amok. I don't know what's going on with that. We've not had any problems with the clean feed previously, but it seems like I need to keep refreshing over and over today. Looks like we've got... Hang on, I'm just going to quickly refresh so I don't make any mistakes here. Okay, so we've got Royal building a very weird proxy racks over at the 3 o'clock location, kind of trying to coin flip a bit, although it's a 2 in 3 chance that Leta's going to be in the top right or bottom right, whereas Leta's just building a center rack, so getting a better positioning of this barracks placement than Royal is. Both players taking their gas at an orthodox time. Don't know what to make of this, because I mean, this barracks being so far out on the map is potentially problematic for Royal.
All right, we're gonna have the factors coming down now, and Royal still doesn't know where exactly Leta is at, but he's sending the SCV down now to try and find out. Actually, it's a Marine. Sent the SCV to top right. Marine going down towards bottom left. Maybe... Oh, okay, he's actually going to find the barracks here in the middle of the map. Sees that there's 2 Marines. This is going to be a weird couple of moments here. Oh, is Leta going to build
he is.
a starport over here? Proxy port?
I mean, it could even
One
be a
base play
factory
from
flowing into the
Leta.
main.
Oh, that's not Leta. No, no, no. If I know Leta, he's building a port here.
I don't know. He would have built it already if he is. I think that's a factory.
He's waiting for the factory to finish.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
He's waiting for the factory to finish.
You're right. You're
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
You're right, Sam. You're so right.
SCVs get pulled here from Royal, pushing back Leta's a couple of Marines. A bunker rush from Royal, but he has no idea this is a 1-base play. Like, he's going to be completely blindsided by this.
Yeah.
This bunker is meant to slow down the CC, and that's not at all Leta's intention. In fact, he gets his vulture out in time to shut this down completely. So, dude, we might be seeing Leta get out first without a single loss. What am I looking at?
I don't know. How can you do this? How can he like not even be relevant in the scene for so long and just come back and just start slapping people down like this? Really mind-blowing from Leta. I'm not sure Royal has read into this, and like the CC timing from Leta won't be suspicious because Royal was the one being aggressive, and that might have made it seem like Leta was being more reserved in his expansion time. He's going to check the natural with a couple of vultures, and there's only 1 vulture here from Leta. Does have this trench to work with though, forcing some missed shots from Royal. With the 3rd vulture showing up suddenly later though, could find himself in a bit of trouble. This could be a great turn of events for Royal, winning out on these trades and getting into the main base and causing some mayhem. Here comes the Wraith. Obviously, vultures kill SCVs a lot quicker than Wraiths do, though, Sam.
Yeah, he does have that Wraith in the main base, but tank pops out back here at home. Will clear out the vulture. Should be able to block further vultures running into the main. Actually, another one does slip in here. Got to keep focusing down the SCVs that are building this armory as much as possible. Just the one kill there from the third vulture that comes into the main. Leta going to cause a lot of issues here, but Royal does have his natural ahead of schedule. Second Wraith into the main, causing so much disruption here. Good repair there on the SCV, keeping it alive for a long time, but again, another SCV goes down. Engineering bay on the way. He's building an add-on. Leta is building an add-on. He's going to be going into Cloak here in a moment. The armory finishes, but so many SCVs are starting to go down here, and Leta's even pulling a tank across the map.
Yeah, he's landed the barracks and the natural to make a marine. Like, he's really stressing Royal, even disrupting the mining in that natural as a tank shows up as well. This is wild play from Leta. I just don't think Royal had this situation in his practice games hardly at all, and is maybe having a hard job calibrating his response to this. This is some wild stuff. And like, okay, he's got some mines out in the center of the map. That's gonna maybe deny some reinforcements getting up here, but it doesn't matter. He's doing so much damage to Royal currently. Here comes a tank and a Goliath combo from Royal to respond to this, but there's more DPS available to Leta to fight this back. Oh my gosh, I don't even know what I'm watching today. Leta is just on a different level, getting some pot shots on that tank, taking it down to low HP. Second tank though finishing up for Royal, should be able to start bullying this back. CC was getting lower and lower, trading off tanks. Royal will start to win this fight and can also repair up those units, but Cloak is about to finish from Leta. This isn't over yet, Saiyan.
Yeah, I kept both of those Wraiths alive, so he can start to kill off SCVs. Ah, the mines here at the front are actually gonna really hurt Leta's attempt to push forward, but he has SCVs coming. Oh my gosh, he's gonna be able to bring out SCVs and potentially repair this up as well. Siege tanks are going to be pushing in here shortly. He may have siege mode finishing up here soon as well. More SCVs are going down, and Leta is not stopping, continuing to put on the heat as Royal starts to stabilize in the natural.
I hope he's just finished up his siege mode, Royal that is. He's going to need it. Later taking out an insurance policy with the CC coming up now. I don't see sieging up tanks yet. Oh my gosh, has Royal just been unable to afford that upgrade? What is happening in this game right now? He can even range down this CC outside of the turret detection radius, but the cloak will dissipate soon. These Wraiths don't have infinite energy, of course. Later with 4 tanks could potentially pounce on this natural or just contain him. Contain is fine as well for later and kind of slow down this game and draw it out a bit. It will take a long time for him to win from this position, but this is a really great strategy that later can go for. There's not really anything Royal can do about this for quite some time, and eventually when he does have the availability to move out, later's gonna be churning out tons of minerals from his own expansion. He is a little bit behind the curve economically speaking, but positionally this is about as good as it gets for later.
He's gonna land he's gonna land a barracks inside of Leta's base, try to make a fire bat, I think, or at least maybe a couple fire bats, try to run in and kill SCVs. Dude, I feel like Leta is missing an opportunity. He could push in, and I don't think there's anything that Royal can do.
Potentially, yeah.
Like, he's got 5 tanks and no siege mode.
Right.
And he's not pushing in.
Maybe he just hasn't figured out where there's no siege mode. I don't know.
Dude, if Royal wins this game, this is such a massive throw from Leta if Royal wins this game.
Yeah.
Like, it's hard to even it's hard to even explain how dead Royal is if he just pushes forward right now. Like, he can't do anything. There's double fire bats going into the main.
God.
Dude, is this the comeback from Royal?
Oh,
You've got to be kidding me. He's microing Wraiths in the main right now, and he's not even going to see this until so many SCVs start to go down. Tank is here. Okay, not that many kills on these SCVs, but still pretty significant. This is crazy, man. Oh my god. Okay. Couple more hits there, and that could have been absolutely insane. This is a wild game, dude, but I feel like Leta missed a bit of an opportunity to actually win right there before the siege mode came down. He just did not think that Royal was so far behind on that
Yeah,
upgrade.
no, I think that's exactly what happened. He just didn't anticipate that Royal didn't have siege mode and what have you. He's decided to slow play it. What a crazy Terran versus Terran group. We've got Firebats killing SCVs. I mean, if you just said that sentence to me, oh, by the way, in this TBT group, Firebats are made and they kill some SCVs, even that would just be like, what? And I want to check this group out. It's insane the level of mirror matchups we have in the ASL. I love how he's just always walking around these mines leading to the base as well. This contains still very hard for Royal to breach through, so the positional play of Leta definitely will lead to a win here if he plays perfectly. But like you say, technically has thrown away a possibility of just winning the game straight up. We won't fault him though if he closes out this game cleanly in a macro sense as well. He can take a third base behind this. Looks like he's making a turret or something at the 9 o'clock to get set up there. Could just be for spotting potential air units flying down like a dropship or what have you, but also could be to establish an expansion there and kind of defend by attacking on this vertical axis.
I mean, he can do a lot of different things, but the main thing he needs to do is make sure that Royal doesn't break out and then he doesn't slip any drops out on the map. You can see he's got almost perfect vision around this base right now. There's a the starport up to the north. There's turrets all around. If you play on the ladder and you ever get stuck in your base like this, it's a nightmare for the Terran player, and it happens a lot on the ladder for sure. Where one player just gets so many tanks in front of your natural, they just start building turrets everywhere. That's what we're seeing from Leta. Here comes the attack from Royal, trying to break out here. Of course, the sound absolutely shits the bed the moment that this attack comes out, so we cannot go ahead and refresh the page. But this breakout actually going reasonably well. Still, Royal dropped a lot of supply during that fight, and he's just possibly just barely gonna break out of this. Okay, Leta still has a couple of tanks back here, but he's lost the air superiority that he once had. Oh, all the SCVs are dead. Yeah, he had to pull everything to try and break that. Scan a little bit late here. Leta diving on top of those Valkyries and Wraiths. Doesn't quite win that fight, though. One more Valkyrie comes forward. There's actually two Valkyries stacked on top of each other. And so he will just barely break out of this. I don't. This just sounds so weird right now. It sounds like a battle from Star Wars or something like that is going on in the background.
It's crazy. It feels like we were like watching a mod for the game or something. These sounds are absolutely crazy. I'll do a quick refresh now that the action has dissipated a little bit there. Those sounds are so cursed, man. It doesn't... My brain doesn't like it, you know? Okay, here's Royal, though, breaking out from the contain successfully at long last. But like you say, sacrificing a lot of SCVs to do so. Later, taking his mineral-only expansion behind this, trying to play catch-up economically to make sure he's got a strong enough macro game. Still trying to run it down onto this high ground and shut out Royal from being able to take his own third base. Finally clearing out these mines leading towards the front of where pretty much all of the action has taken place this game. Royal's actually just gonna tap out. Leta has done it. He has gotten out of his group first. This guy has subverted expectations in every sense of the word. You could argue that this guy was probably predicted to be the least likely guy to break out of this group first, just because historically speaking, he's not been the best in TVT compared to some of these other guys. We didn't know what kind of shape Barracks was in, but he played a pretty phenomenal set of games today. Super impressed, and just look at how flat Royal looks. He looks so unimpressed. I don't even know if he understands what happened this game. Like, it's so bizarre to me that someone can come out from the shadows of the StarCraft scene and play this good in such a prestigious event like ASL, Saiyan.
Yeah, this is even more of a surprise than, YSC breaking through his group. YSC has been, improving steadily and, getting further and further along in ASL for a while. We've also seen him in Pro League performing pretty darn well, and Finally, him performing and making it through to the round of 8. Uh, I mean, it's surprising, but it's not that surprising. This is a huge, huge moment
Yeah.
for Leta, making it this deep and playing this well against his fellow Terran players. The best in the world, by the way. Royal and Barracks are two of the best Terran, and especially Terran versus Terran players in the world. So impressive to see him getting out first here. Definitely did not have that on my bingo card. I don't know what the over under the possibility chart on that would be for Leta getting out of this group with 0 losses, but I'm sure it was a low probability.
Yeah, I'm still a bit stunned by it, honestly, and really impressed with the overall quality of the TVT games. Look at the crowd. They are applauding him. They are also super impressed by his performance. This guy, I mean, everyone kind of knows who Leta is. You know, they're aware of him. He's been in the background. He used to play pretty insanely well with Race once upon a time, but he's not really been in the limelight. He's got such a minuscule amount of games played in the ASL over these 21 seasons and hasn't really been showing up to events for a very long time. And suddenly now, smashing his way through to the round of 8 in style. I'm imagining he's going to be earning a lot of fans here today and a lot of people respecting him and what he's capable of a hell of a lot more. I certainly am. And I don't even know what to make of this group anymore. Like, we have to say goodbye to 2 of these three remaining players. Like, only one of Barracks, Light, and Royal can get through now. And there is something to be said for that. A first place finish could be problematic. You know, you could end up drawing Flash in the round of 8. That feels a little bit scary, but you also could get YC.
Yeah, I mean, that would be best possible scenarios to get YSC, right? We
Mm,
could end up seeing like a Leta versus Flash round of 8 match. That would be kind of crazy too.
yeah.
Just from the way that Leta performed today, his TVT is looking very smart and clean. Like the decision to make the starport there proxied outside of Royal's base in that kind of awkward position where Royal has 2 Marines going to your base and you've got 2 Marines going to his base, and everyone's going to be pulling SCVs and things are going to get hectic. The proxy starport was just amazing. Chef's kiss. No notes. This guy absolutely killed it, and I think that he would give us a heck of a series versus Flash if that eventuality did happen to occur.
Yeah, definitely would be some spicy games. I think Flash would be a clear favorite since he's such a god in that matchup, but definitely stylistically could be some of the best TVT we've seen in a long while. But even this group alone is subverting expectations. I'm so blown away by how impressive the quality of games has been today, and super impressed by Leta's ability to think on his feet and make micro adjustments to his game plan despite some pretty bizarre situations. Don't even know what to expect, honestly, from the rest of the ASL. It's been a really crazy season. Like, we got the underdog stories of players like Piano getting through the round 24 and YC getting in the round of 8, and now later as well. Like, what is happening? Like, it's kind of weird to have one unexpected player in the round of 8, but 2, that's very rare for something like that to occur, Sam.
Yeah, and it's not like this is ASL season 1, guys, where the level is, somewhat questionable. Here, these guys are playing absolutely insane. The level of StarCraft here in 2026 is absolutely at peak. Players like Flash, players like especially Jadong yesterday, man. Jadong just crushing it, and of course,
Yeah.
Leta putting out some phenomenal games. Just looking at this group now that Leta's getting out, I find it kind of hilarious the retrospect, or in a retrospect, the comments from Light when YSC got out of his group. Light was saying, "I'm gonna get out first and crush YSC in the round of 8." destroy his dreams, he might not be getting out of the round of 8 at all, not to mention out in first. That's not
Yeah,
gonna happen now. He might not get out at all, man, with Royal and Barracks, to play in best of 3. That's gonna be that's a tough task, man.
it is.
Light's gonna have his work cut out for him, and he's not gonna get that, group that he was hoping for either.
Yeah, and not we you mentioned earlier, in the SCSL, Barracks absolutely destroyed Light. It could happen again if it comes down to it. Don't know what to even imagine could happen in the rest of the ASL. Already, a lot of people's expectations have kind of been blown apart, man. This is just such a wild group overall. I didn't expect these quality of. I expected the games to be good because of the players that are in this group, but this is like taking it up to 11. This is some Spinal Tap type stuff we're seeing here right now, and it's honestly quite flabbergasting because it like everything has been such high level, even like the optimizations from the players, like I was pointing out the crazy factory timing from Royal earlier. It's everyone is playing at such a peak level that it's getting really hard to call who will actually be advancing, because we were really pretty set on both Royal and Light being able to get out of the group earlier, and I don't think that's gonna happen anymore. Like, it's possible that even Barracks could somehow come through. He didn't look that bad in his game. Like, I really don't know what to think, saying.
Yeah, it's hard to say, man. I this is like almost a group of death now.
Yeah.
Seriously, with Barracks, Light, and Royal, this becomes a really hard puzzle. Very difficult to say what will happen. We got a bunch of best of threes coming up here, guys. Starting out with Barracks versus Light. 5 minutes. We'll be right back. Okay, guys, we are back now to find out who is going to be advancing in second place in Group D. We're in the losers match here. These two players are up for elimination. Barracks and Light. Definitely not the two that you would expect, but we're in a bit of an awkward situation. We're in a bit of an awkward group now where things are going to be really heating up
Mm.
with everything to play for and so much pride on the line.
Yeah, Light was teacher to Barracks for quite a while, not too long ago. And Barracks, recent history, was able to beat him out in very convincing fashion in the SCSL. Let's see what kind of shape these two guys are in against one another. Gonna be Silford to kick things off here. Don't know how this game is gonna go. Honestly, I think it could go either way. Barracks has done pretty good against Light in recent history, but yeah, Light is no slouch either. Let's see.
Yeah, I think these guys are pretty evenly matched. We're about to jump into it on Silford. Group D. Round of 16, losers set number 1. Here on Silford. Let's get it.
Oh.
All right, down in the bottom left, we have Barracks. And over here in the bottom right, Light.
And more audio glitches.
My goodness.
Yeah, thanks to the guy that said
boy.
to update your Chrome. Seems to be causing even more audio glitches now. Hopefully we don't get too many.
Oh boy. Well, we're still gonna stick with it and try to give you the best cast that we possibly can, despite the problems here. I'm checking it myself here, Xun, as well, and I'm also getting those same audio glitches. I'm watching on another screen.
Ugh.
Or on another tab, the clean stream, just to make sure that it's not an issue with your PC.
I don't think it is,
And
right?
I'm getting the same thing on my other tab here. So it definitely seems to be an issue with the ASL and this clean stream setup. They've been moving us around quite a few times before. You know, they had us on like a direct line where we had to give them our IP addresses, and then they would allow us to, you know, remotely watch the stream, or like stream the game onto our computers. It was kind of an awkward setup, and it required, you know, static IP and all that stuff. That was kind of how it was for a long time for the clean stream, but then all of a sudden, you know, they started changing the stream around, giving us different addresses, and now they've switched over to this other feed, which is clearly having some issues. So growing pains here at the ASL, but hopefully things will be fixed for the next group.
Yeah, we did have totally new staff at Soup. Everything's kind of happening at once, right as the ASL was getting underway. It is what it is, you know, teething problems, like you were saying. Hopefully we don't have too many of those issues for the remainder of the group. Pretty standard openings from both players. Slightly forward racks from Barracks in the natural expansion, but nothing too crazy here. SCV Scout coming in now for both players, taking some damage from the Marine. And continuation of the curse sounds from the parallel universe. Is this what Hell is saying? Is Hell having to play StarCraft with these sounds?
Maybe, man. Oh my goodness. Wait, did the stream just stop?
I'm refreshing it.
Okay, it just said the stream.
Well, I
just
hope you guys like
for me.
baseball. There's a guy with a bat. Oh, he nearly caught the ball there. Oh, okay, back to StarCraft.
It's gonna be our new career, Xun. We're gonna start casting baseball.
Please no.
I don't know
Please.
anything about baseball.
Please. I know like the very minimal. I've seen a couple of baseball movies. That's about it.
Some jerks out there will say we don't know anything about StarCraft as well. But hey, shut the hell up. We're back. And we're ready for this one. Finally, Light sending out some Marines. I think these are probably going to end up getting taken down. Yeah, this is a little bit unfortunate here. For Light, losing those early Marines is pretty painful. Well, I'm hearing all kinds of different sounds right now. Okay. One Marine left over for Light. You can start to push that Barracks away. 2 Vultures pushing forward, but a Marine here from Barracks will allow him to get a little bit of a DPS edge. If it's allowed to fire at all. Just little footsies back and forth so far, but these footsies in the early game, although they don't seem like massive trades, if one person starts to get an edge, it can very quickly become a vulture war where one player can quickly get the upper hand.
Yeah, 4 vultures very easily beat 3 by being able to 2-volley them off the map very quickly and what have you. So important that Barracks has repaired up his vulture a little bit in his natural. Light flying in with his Barracks to get some scanning information on what's going on. Looks like Barracks threw down a 3rd factory, and so is Light. So we definitely could be having something of a vulture war scenario between these 2 gamers currently. Man, it's doing it even more after I updated my Chrome. Thank you to the guy in the chat that was like, oh, just update your Chrome. That's all you need to do. Yeah, well, now it's happening more.
It's not. I don't think it's just you, man. I don't think it's
just
you.
giving him a hard time for funny reasons. I'm not being serious.
Yeah, even the stream itself was stopped there for a moment, as though the actual ASL producers were restarting their own stream or their own computer or their own browser at the same time as you were. Kind of crazy, but we're gonna try to follow along with this DVT the best that we can. At least the players aren't experiencing any issues here. They can try to play it at their absolute best, even if we can't fully see everything that's happening. Bit of an advantage here for Light in terms of the vulture number, but that one tank making the big difference as he starts to push forward. Light gonna have to back away all the way into the natural, waiting for that one tank. Now that he's got it, he's gonna focus on the tank of Barracks. Barracks pulling it out very nicely, not allowing that tank to go down immediately, and actually getting some really good DPS on this front line. SCVs are gonna have to be pulled to try and win this fight now. Kind of surprising it goes this far in favor of Barracks, but suddenly the tank dies, and now Light comes out ahead with the repair there. Nicely done, Light actually getting a bit of a leg up after that fight.
Kind of wild. Yeah, that was really nicely done by Light, getting enough time so that his own tank could be made to hold the line there against Barracks. Tanks take such little damage to vultures because of that concussive damage type. Oh my gosh, I just refreshed and it's still doing it. What is happening, guys?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Everybody out there at home, thank God this happened during the TVT group and not Group C. That's crazy, man.
You're not wrong.
Just imagine how mad we would be right now, guys, if this was happening like during Jaedong versus Flash or Jaedong versus Bisu. Oh my goodness, I would be absolutely crashing out. But here with Light versus Barracks in the losers match, it's not the absolute worst case scenario, but bear with us here as we try to muscle our way through this group and get these TVT games out to you guys. Barracks out in the middle of the map right now. Light has some pretty good mines set up around to just try to figure out where this army is going and get some vision going on Barracks army movement. gone up to 5 factories has Barracks. So many vultures have been made. But Light's already kind of transitioned, and he's going to have a tank advantage, no doubt.
Yeah. No, Barracks taking a third base here in the top left pocket expansion. Not sure what to make of this game thus far. I've been so distracted worrying about the audio issues. It's kind of hard to follow compared to some of the other games we've had, but massive count of vultures. And this is a false high ground, so it's actually not too hard for Light to fight back into this, as it would usually be if this was a high ground with a ramp. So he's going to challenge head on, kills so many of the vultures of Barracks, really cost efficient. Light also getting a slowdown on that command center in the top left. That's helping out a lot. It takes about 45 seconds to respond with a fresh SCV to get all the way back up there and start getting it made again. Really sandbagging the economic growth of Barracks is Light, and this is one of those situations where Light is basically saying, I taught you everything that you know, not everything that I know, and might be able to out meta game him as a result.
Yeah, I think Barracks may have overcommitted to vulture production in this game, and now is on the bit of a back foot, trying to make some use out of this popcorn that he finds himself with in abundance. And a dive on top of these tanks. Not able to get that mine connection though, and Light just going to take a great trade here while he sets up this position that definitely favors him so far in this game. Not really locking him down like Leta was able to, but this is still a bit of a chokehold, a bit of a stranglehold that Light is setting up, choking Barracks on out in this little corner of the map here. These 4 bases is all he's going to get for now.
Yeah, a little bit of a baseball intermission as you guys desired watching the ASL. We got, Light throwing down a science facility. This is going to drive me crazy, honestly. Light going to be transitioning into getting that +2 weapons as quickly as possible. Barracks is only just now building his starport, so he's going to be lagging behind the upgrade curve of this game. That's going to be giving a nice big tempo lead to Light when he finally does get that +2 weapons online. And since Light was able to slow down this third base from Barracks pretty much across the board, Light is in advantage right now. So yeah, this is going to be a tough grind of a game for Barracks to set up some win conditions later. This could be a pretty long game as well. I don't think either player are going to be able to defeat one another anytime soon. But these are false high ground expansions towards the center, so they're much easier to assault.
Yeah, and Light's already in a position to start assaulting that. So difficult for Barracks to get another base online, and Light's just going to drop right inside this main with some vultures here. He's really taking control in this first game, dealing some damage here while keeping the threat alive at the front line as well. Might be able to slow down the CC over here also, and in fact will get that kill on the SCV. Super annoying to Barracks, who's already struggling from behind. Slipping in behind and getting a couple more kills here is going to be absolutely tragic for Barracks, who is staring down the barrel here of a massive tank line siege right out in front. He's going to start to move around the top side, looking for some sort of angle where maybe he can start to break Light open.
Yeah, Light, meanwhile, starting to secure an expansion at his false high ground location, but good drop from Barracks at this bottom left pocket expansion. Light responding quickly to that, but this is a 1-2 punch combination from Barracks, distracting Light down there to give a small timing window to maybe punish this tank line from a northern flank. Light, though, doing a good job of keeping the plate spinning and not committing too many forces, and now going for his own drop at this pocket expansion in the top left. Pretty action-packed TVT, and Light seemingly coming out ahead in most metrics here. He will be cleaning up this force without losing too many of those workers. Barracks now also getting that mineral only mining in the top left. But Light is leapfrogging him. He's got the gas from the false high ground, and he's also taking that 6 o'clock mineral only. So Light is going to be one base ahead with the positions he's been able to set up. Maybe Barracks thinking about taking these bases towards the 12 o'clock soon, rather than trying to fight over his own natural third false high ground.
Light just going to go ahead and outflank, moving around the top side, even as Barracks grabs that false high ground. Barracks actually shoving forward here a little bit. Can he start to break this line? Not too many tanks here, and we're still at only +1. So it's highly breakable. A pretty good angle from Barracks, but okay, finally air units start to pop out here. I haven't really seen too much from Barracks. Has he completely forgotten about the possibility of Wraiths coming out? Light already ahead of the curve with Valkyries as well. We've already seen drops out of both players, but not too many air units from Barracks. Wraiths are down here in the bottom right, at least picking off a building that's floating, but losing this position is pretty painful. He did a lot of work to try and take over this spot. Doesn't want to let it go, of course, especially not for free, but maybe forced to, as he just doesn't have anything to actually deal with this.
And Light has that +2 weapons upgrade advantage as well. Hasn't tried to leverage it just yet, giving time for Barracks to catch up in that curve of the game. But he's still sitting at +1 for the time being. See another command center coming down from Light at that 3 o'clock. Barracks, though, shoving it down towards those 12 o'clock expansions, trying to get rid of this contain on the lane leading up there. Another dropship from Light towards that northern hemisphere was spotted by Barracks, but I'm not sure if he actually paid enough attention to notice it. Going to be doing another assault on this gas expansion in the top left soon. Finally, Barracks catching up in the upgrades, but these Wraiths are starting to prove problematic to deal with. There is a few Wraiths out for Barracks, but not quite enough to combat this just yet. Gonna have to be relying predominantly on Goliaths to respond, and bleeding off quite a few tanks in the meanwhile.
I'm surprised these Wraiths left at all. I thought they were going to stay there and just keep killing tanks, but they flew away for a little bit. I guess to deal with some Wraiths of Barracks. Push towards the middle, as most of the army is actually committed to by Barracks on the right-hand side. Run by over here as well, killing so many SCVs, dude. This might just ruin Barracks right here. He's losing tanks. He's losing SCVs. He's getting pushed in the center as well. This is so rough. And he loses all of his Wraiths. Oh my god. Everything just cascades.
Yeah, I mean, he was doing a pretty good job of keeping the majority of his plates spinning, but some of them crashing down. There's quite a lot of fires for him to put out now. And Light is still chipping away at this tank line on the right-hand side while Barracks is putting out fires. You can see some emotions from Barracks on the player cam down there in the bottom left. He's starting to feel the heat from Light right now. This is so problematic for him to contend with. He has a lot of army, just not enough anti-air to stop these Wraiths from bullying him. And since these are false high grounds, Light is doing a good job of trading with his own tanks from the low ground here as well. Barracks is struggling in this game, and he's starting to lose that even supply count we saw just a moment ago. He's dropping in supply by about 20 or 30 even. It's getting pretty brutal for him. He needs to keep access to this 12 o'clock online so he doesn't get out macroed by Light, but he's not able to set it up. He's kind of taking this false high ground as a consolation prize, and Light is still able to slow it down and cause problems.
It's kind of hilarious to me how little damage Wraiths actually do to ground units, but how much of an impact they have in this matchup. You know, you got the powerful tanks that do 70 damage per shot, and then you've got these little burst lasers, 5 damage per hit, and they're actually so much more impactful in so many of these games, shutting down an insane number of tanks and giving such a huge momentum push for the player who can dominate in the sky, and that is Light this game. He is just smashing through everything with this air domination. Barracks is he's still quite far behind in supply. He's managed to get a bit of a good positional play, but it's still very vulnerable to Wraiths. Like, Light can come back up here, start to kill more tanks, and open up the position for some future pushes, and I'm not sure that Barracks can hang on to these fresh bases over here at the top center.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like Barracks is taking the threat of these Wraiths very seriously. He's even made a vessel. I don't think that's wise utilization of his starport production time at all. It's really helping Wright establish dominance in this game. Barracks trying to take the main base at that 12 o'clock location, but I'm not sure it's going to matter. Like, Light has control over access to that base. Barracks is forced to engage. He doesn't even have D-Matrix yet on that vessel. What a waste. That vessel's even just going to die for free. GG is called, and Light with a very convincing game number 1 in the series against Barracks. I can see exasperation there in Barracks's face. Kind of grabbed his monitor and adjusted it a little bit, blew out his cheeks. He's definitely feeling stressed after that first game loss against Light.
Once again, Wraiths coming in clutch. We're in a Wraith meta here. You know, last season or a couple seasons ago, it was all about vulture play. This season, Wraith is definitely the most important unit in the matchup, giving so much momentum to whoever holds the air control. And it's no wonder Leta gets through first, man. He's the king of the Wraith, and he's just excelling in this current meta. And it seems like Light is just playing a little bit better than Barracks today. Let's see if Barracks can pull it back here on Octagon.
Yeah. Barracks kind of talking to himself a little bit there. He's definitely one of these guys that wears his emotions on his sleeve. A little bit like Mini, but doesn't tilt as much as Mini. He's just, you know, emotionally expressive, whereas Light is this calm, calculated, laser-focused killer of a player. Very rarely displays his internal monologue the same way that Barracks does. It looks like we're going to be jumping right here into our second game of this series, the losers match here in the Group D round of 16, Barracks versus Light on Octagon.
We got Barracks in the bottom right, the red Terran player. He's got a bit of a fringe as well, or a yeah, so does Light too, right? There he is in the bottom left, but he's not, he doesn't look quite as emo as Royal does.
Yeah,
Royal looks like he's on his way to Hot Topic.
He really does, man. Oh, he's even got like a bit of a hipster vibe with those thick frame glasses. Definitely a style of his own. Super impressed with the TVTs we've had today. What a great group. The TVTs between Barracks and Light will be a little bit less zesty and exciting as some of these other games, because stylistically they're a bit more on the orthodox side of things. Light getting the better end of that game, number 1, utilizing the air superiority there, and Barracks just did not seem to respect the threat in the sky at all. I can't even believe he made a vessel at that point in the game. Really beggars belief, man. I don't know what to make of that at all. But same, while these guys are starting to open things up, I wanted to ask your opinion about something. So if you had to remove one unit from the game from each race without affecting the balance as much as possible, which would it be?
Ooh, that's tough.
Yeah,
that is tough. I guess you remove the scout.
Okay.
From Protoss.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That's a pretty easy one.
Mm-hmm.
For Zerg, I feel like everything's so useful, but geez, let me think, man. That is tough. There are there's a strategy for almost every unit these days.
Right.
I think that's one of the most interesting parts about modern Brood War, and just kind of the way that's evolved over the years, is that units that we thought were just totally useless in times like the Kespa era have become insanely useful. And actually, this is kind of a big deal. Okay, he does finish the barracks, so not as big of a deal as it could have been if Light was able to damage that SCV enough or kill that SCV and then get on top of the second SCV before it finished the barracks. But he was able to slow that down a little bit there. Light actually getting his barracks a little bit later, so that was kind of a fast barracks from barracks. He was trying to put on some pressure, clearly.
Yeah.
And Light kind of shuts that down with the early SCV.
Yeah, going back to that question, I think the Ghost for Terran, and then maybe I think it has to be the Devourer for Zerg, just because the Queen is so good and Guardians still have a lot of value. It's not great to remove the Devourer because it does affect some situations a lot, but I think it's the least impactful unit out of all of them.
Yeah, maybe I get rid of the Guardian. Possibly.
Oh, really?
The Guardian... I feel like the Devourer has a really nice spot right now in ZVZ. Oh my gosh. Wait a second. Light just threw down a second factory out on the map. They're both going to factory on one base. Oh my god.
Wow.
What?
This is insane.
Okay. We haven't seen a two factory all night, and then the one game, one of them decides to go to two factory, the other one at the same time. This is pretty nuts.
Yeah.
This has been kind of a shit show. The entire night has been a little bit crazy with all the audio glitches and stuff, but this game is gonna get wild, boys. Like, this is not going to be your average TVT at all.
What a spicy set of TVTs we've had in this group. I'm really happy that it hasn't been more slowed down and boring. This has been fantastic today. And Light, you know, getting a lot of DPS on this barracks, from barracks. And won't be going super deep into the main base, but even if he did, he would only see one factory. He does see that there's no CC underway, whereas Barracks himself is actually getting a CC behind this. So he's gone two factory into CC, whereas Light is he building an additional factory out on the map? Wait, is
yes. Oh wait, wait, is that another one? No, that's
no. Okay, that's just vultures underneath it. I was so confused there for a second. Okay, but this is still an interesting game.
He built a lot of Marines.
Yeah,
a lot of Marines.
He has maybe got a tempo timing here where he might be able to break Barracks. SCVs are being transferred to the natural. As this attack comes online, there is a lot of DPS, and this tank is doing a lot of work, soaking up anything Barracks can throw at it.
Barracks took his hand off the keyboard when he saw those vultures.
He seems mentally defeated.
GG. Dude, what a weird build from Barracks, man. Two factory into a CC. It was like he didn't know where he was going.
Yeah.
He didn't know where he's at. He didn't know where he's going. His head was twisted. And Light just comes in. Straightforward win here with the two factory play.
Yeah, I mean, Light just seemed locked in his groove, the flow state. Pretty much both of those games, whereas Barracks, I think, was a bit flustered and frustrated after that game on Sylphid, and maybe because he was a tiny bit tilted, decided to open up the two factory play and then almost kind of like doubted himself and shifted into an eco transition, throwing down that CC early, and then just didn't have enough stuff to hold off against Light's two factory. And that's a shame, because with his Barracks, did see that there was no CC from Light, so we should have anticipated something like that coming out from his previous mentor. I don't know what to make of that. It does seem like Barracks just wasn't playing great today. He was the seed of this group and couldn't even take a game. Got smashed by Leta in that match number 1, and now 2-0'd by Light in the losers match. It's a shame. Maybe just not able to practice as hard as he should have done. Didn't have to play in the qualifiers and what have you. Haven't really seen him in any pro leagues lately. Maybe not getting enough practice. Who knows? But that does mean we're going to be having a final match showdown between Royal and Light. soon. Run to the bathroom, grab some water, grab some fruit, crack open one of those final cans in your 6-pack, whatever you gotta do, and we'll be joining you soon. Don't go anywhere.
All right, guys, it's time. Royal versus Light for our final match. And then after that, we're going to be drawing the round of 8. So exciting final match here. Figure out whether Royal or Light will advance. And then we get to see who they're going to be playing against in that next round in the next couple of weeks. We're not going to have another week off. Going to go straight in to those next matches. So that's fantastic. Like to get right into the action, and indeed these guys are ready and set. Attitude, Jane Doe, Octagon. Interesting map choices for this final set.
Yeah, seems like a lot of players banning match point. Let's get right on into the action, guys. Royal versus Light in the round of 16, Group D, final set on Attitude.
All right, Royal spawning in the top left. Is ready for that hot topic shopping trip. Light over here in the top right. Locked in. The Terminator Terran.
Yeah.
Guy shows absolutely no emotion. Excellent poker face. And excellent performance there versus Barracks as well. Really made Barracks, I think, flustered in that game, in that series. With just how well he was playing. But Royal's a different beast, man. Royal has been looking very strong lately and been putting up good fights against these other Terran players. Aside from Leta somehow. I don't know how Leta played so well, but that's still kind of mind-blowing that these other top Terran players just got totally outshined by him.
Yeah, not something I'm sure most people in the chat expected, especially not us. Really impressed by him today. Super curious about who he's gonna get in the round of 8. He could get, really lucky and get YSC. He could get really unlucky and get someone like Flash. We'll be checking out that little ceremony after this set of games. Gonna be seeing a lady put a hand into a bowl, hand into a bowl and grab some balls and decide who they're going to get. Obviously, there's a little bit of a limitation on who they will be getting. But I'm super curious about how the round of 8 is going to shape up. I hope we avoid too many mirror matchups. Like, we've got such a good race distribution now. It's going to be 2 Protoss players, 3 Terran players, and 3 Zerg players, and they're all pretty fantastic as well. So this is shaping up to be one of the best ASL seasons for a very long time. This time around, nothing too crazy. Both players building their barracks on the periphery of their main base, taking the gas at a normal timing as well. So no, like, CC first, bunker expands, or pressure with the barracks early on. This is looking like a fairly nominal TVT to kick things off.
What would be the best case scenario for you for that round of 8? What do you think would be the greatest matchups?
I don't even know if I've got time to think about that right now. I don't want...
I'd love to see Soma versus YSC. I think that would be fun.
Interesting. That would be interesting. Although I kind of want to see YSC stick around in a weird way. Like, I'm kind of hoping YSC doesn't get anyone too crazy. Actually, it would be really fun.
Everybody's crazy.
Yeah, it's very true.
Everybody's crazy.
Very true. But it would be really nice.
What if he gets Jadong?
Who do you think he would rather get out of Soma and Jadong, man? They both seem pretty locked in. Yeah, they seem very similar level of play. It's hard to say.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think YSC is just happy to be there. He's got a big smile on his face.
Yeah, for
he's
sure.
Like, I made it. Yeah. Either way, I think he's gonna be happy. Neither of these guys are happy though. They both got a single star on their jacket. They've been the distance before. They both have an ASL title, and they're at risk of elimination. Like, you can't be happy with an round of 16 spot or round of 16 exit here as either Light or Royal. But one of them has to go home.
Ooh.
And looks like Light might be losing this Vulture, although he has the second Vulture coming up. Did time that out pretty well, and Royal not able to get the kill. Does lose his Marine as well, so that means free range for this Barracks floating over Royal's base.
Yeah, did put a lot of damage onto that Barracks, but it doesn't really matter. There's not much anti-air for quite some time, so it's going to get a full scout off regardless of that early gambit, and ends up losing those 2 Marines for trying to be able to lower it enough. And that means there's a tiny edge here for Light. He's still got those 2 Marines back at home. They can soak up a few shots in a trade later on if Light needs to defend against a probe from Royal. And Royal a little bit slower with his own scouting timing. And it looks like both players are going to be going into a bit of a Vulture-esque war style to kick things off. 3 factories apiece.
Damn, another Vulture. What is happening in the Terran versus Terran meta, man?
It's all over the place,
so
Sam.
Wacky. It's so wild that we're going back to this.
No.
And now race are such a big deal too. And it is funny though to see only Leta play 2 Port Wraith and then do so well. I wonder if there's going to be a switch up again in TVT if Leta, is the one to go the deepest.
Yeah.
If he performs this well, if players are really going to start leaning on, I mean, they're already leaning towards 2 Port Wraith. It's more popular than it's ever been, but I feel like if Leta, gets into like the round of 4 or something like that, it's going to switch up so many Terran players thinking on this matchup.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing about ASL. Like, players are going to be studying these games and realizing the range of possibilities. Kind of like when someone breaks a world record in sports, like on the Olympics or something. Like, it shows all the other athletes what is actually possible, and the rest tend to follow suit, or at least a few of them do. So we could be having things that occur in this ASL that end up shaping the game for at least until the next ASL season comes on down. Seems like both players keeping the opportunity of a transition open. We've got tanks as well as those Vultures out. One more tank here for Royal though. I'm curious to see how aggressive Royal does want to be. Light's being a little bit cute, landing his Barracks at the bottom of that ramp. It's kind of hiccuping the unit circulation of the rally point here of Royal ever so slightly. But he was also getting good vision of every unit that's coming out. So it's like in the ZVZ when you can see how many Lings are being made as they come out, and he's seeing exactly the unit composition that Royal is electing to go for. So he knows roughly how many tanks he's got to contend with, how many Vultures Royal's going to have, and he's actually moving his position towards the 3rd base and then coming back down. Looks like there is going to be a big engagement now. Quite a lot of Vultures for both sides, but Light has slightly more. There is a tank advantage here for Royal, so he's going to bunker down. But I don't really know what to say about this. We've even got a 4th factory coming out from Light.
Yeah, interesting that they're mixing tanks into this, and they managed to squeak out, or at least Royal's managed to squeak out siege mode as well. Ooh, uh-oh. Bit of a false start here from Royal, pushing forward into the siege line of Light, who just finished up that upgrade. And, he loses a tank without really getting much back for it. Suddenly, Light has equivalent number of tanks and more Vultures, and might be able to start pushing Royal back across the map. With no mines, there's nothing Royal can do to try and slow that down.
It's a shame, because if he didn't lose that tank, he could go for a positional play and start like hitting one tank at a time from the south flank using the vision advantage of that Barracks, but had to pull back after losing the tank advantage there. And we are seeing a lot of mines being laid down by Royal now. I think Light feels pretty comfortable in this game though. I don't think he's gonna be feeling any pressure at the moment, and we'll soon have to start clearing out those minefields. But you want to delay making comsats for as long as possible in TVT, so you won't be able to come out onto the map for quite some time, and Royal knows it and will be banking on that. We could be seeing a bit of a Vulture trade now. Light does not want to risk throwing his position Even though Royal's kind of got a better setup in the center of the map, it's actually not too problematic for Light going forward.
Yeah, Light's going to be setting up his third base here. We'll be getting that gas base online, so much higher value base over at that location. We'll see if Royal can do anything about that. He's actually going to lose his SCV over on the CC. Slowing that down is huge while Light is getting his gas base up at the same time. Definitely getting a bit of an edge here in terms of the speed of his CC, but also in his supply count. 15 supply advantage is pretty significant. And Light is starting to shove forward here once again, taking up more space on the map. And in fact, pretty much cutting things in half now, denying Royal from sieging up right behind that wall in front of his natural.
Yeah, Light can't gain too much ground because he hasn't got that many scans to work with. But he's already seized some territory, keeping Royal pushed back a little bit. And you're right in pointing out the expansion advantage of having access to that third gas rather than the mineral only that Royal has is actually a really big deal for Light. He maintained control of that lane. Scans now coming inside the main base. Sees the timing of that starport from Light. And Royal, you know, he's pretty much matching him evenly with his own starport timing. So tech-wise, they're going to be pretty even, it seems. But Royal electing to take this base at 9 o'clock could end up surpassing Light in terms of economy. It's a little bit more tricky for Light to take his own mineral only. He hasn't got total control over that region. He's going to put 2 tanks forward now to end up securing that.
Light is moving along the bottom side of the map, potentially going to try to take bottom right. If he can get those bases online a little bit early, it might allow him to speed ahead in terms of his tech timings and, you know, the number of wraiths he's able to produce. You're very low on overall gas in this matchup, especially when you're relying heavily on wraiths in this wraith meta. Every wraith that you make is one less tank, and that makes you more vulnerable to pushes with large numbers of vultures, which both players are going to have in abundance. But Royal actually unsieging everything. Is he actually going to push this?
Maybe,
oh my goodness, he is going to go for that. Light has everything ready here to respond immediately. Siege up with those tanks in the back line. He's got a bit of a vulture advantage. He's going to kill the majority of these and potentially down the tanks. No, he just backs away. So almost no progress made there on either side. At the same time, Light dropping into the main and natural, looking for some SCV kills. Whatever he can find here to try and slow down Royal while all this aggression is happening at the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, Royal's got a Wraith to hunt down that dropship. It didn't take too much damage, had some units popping out of the factories right as those vultures were being unloaded, so didn't have to sustain too many losses there overall, and is now churning away quite happily on these 4 bases. Light a little bit late to the party with his own mineral only due to the position that he was dealing with previously. Does have a teeny tiny gas advantage since he got this 3 o'clock online earlier, and Royal got that 9 o'clock base. Now Light making a bit of a play on this southern flank of the map. Not many tanks here from Royal for the time being, but he does rotate down with some more. Both players starting to have this center southern region as the main point of interest, since it does control all of the lanes to these bases on the bottom. And if one player can put a stranglehold on the other and keep them locked on these 4 bases, that's a very strong win condition to try and isolate. Now looks like a bit of a vulture raid heading towards that 9 o'clock. There are 5 vultures here from Royal, but Light's got a little bit more than that. Definitely can put on some pressure here to these SCVs soon. Royal rotating down 2 tanks to start dealing with this.
Ooh, this is a big fight. Gonna lose the first wraith for free. Light in an advantage in terms of wraiths now, and we might have to see Royal start building Valkyries back at home to try and even things out. 2-port Wraith here from Light. Gonna quickly seize advantage of the air. Even has Goliath out already in position. I'm really liking Light's play. He's looking poised here, man, to potentially go out second in this group if he's able to lock down bottom right already, and might even be able to slip around the bottom. Okay, he's actually going to take bottom center immediately, and he's blocking the space down here. Uh-oh, Royal having a hard time. He's still got half the map. He's still got a reasonable supply. But I feel like Light is outmaneuvering him in this game so far.
Yeah, no, he definitely is on top of things relative to Royal, and going to be building up a pretty healthy count of Wraiths back at home. He's got that cloak upgrade as well for when those Wraiths start to join the party and go to town. But Royal's position isn't too weak. You know, he's got a turret covering this tank line in the center, but he is spread a little bit thinly. He's got most of his eggs in the southern hemisphere of the map, whereas it looks like Light is more fluid with his army movements. He keeps most of his tanks unseized, ready to respond to active threats and rotate back to the north and maybe start shoving forward there instead. And he does pull the trigger on that. Royal, a little bit delayed in getting more reinforcements allocated up here to defend. Light breaking through in a big way right now. All 4 tanks going down in quick succession. Definitely Light winning out on trades on the ground, and now with these 7 Wraiths out, might be finding himself caught between a rock and a hard place. He's got a science vessel, but I don't really see many tools in dealing with these pack of Wraiths that can start hitting his tank lines.
Yeah, I think there's like 2 Goliaths up to the north. They're going to try to come down here and hold off. Nice D-Matrix there to keep one of the tanks alive, but Light can potentially push around the bottom side of this little island, and there's not a lot here to actually stop this in terms of tank number. He doesn't really have that much. Ooh, nice snipe there on the vessel. That's a very expensive, important unit that could come in very handy later on if you manage to keep it alive, but Light's removed that from the board, and he's almost opened up a path to the bottom left now, fighting a turret with some Wraiths. Yes, you can do that if you have a lot of Wraiths, but it is really, truly a lot. And Light maybe getting overwhelmed here with these vultures as he's tried to slide by with most of his own vultures. Not having that fodder in the way has allowed the tanks to actually go down on this edge. And most of the Wraiths have actually suddenly been cleaned up as well. Light is getting a little damage here and there, and he's forcing Roll to respond, but Roll is actually putting up a pretty good fight, keeping that bottom base alive. More vultures slip by. Can there be more kills on these SCVs down here? He's actually getting some great mine connections, but I think that Royal will barely kind of hold on to this. No, more actually drops come in now. Tank's going to be leveraged onto the high ground. Dude, Light is playing a hell of a game right now. He's really keeping the tempo play onto Royal.
Yeah, and these tanks on the low ground at that natural third and bottom left quadrant actually helping out a big way for this drop as well. There were some Valkyries made from Royal, but there's not a lot of Wraiths that are currently being utilized by Light. Just a couple remaining for the time being. He'll be able to clean up those Wraiths of Light, but the main issue is these tanks in the bottom left, shutting off access to that gas and forcing the CC to lift. Meanwhile, Light's expansion in the bottom right completely untouched and getting the natural up as well. Temporarily, Royal was ahead in bases with that bottom left, but now that's been shut down. And Light is not slowing down, man. He's coming in with another pair of dropships. Valkyries barely kill one of them before they could unload, but not the other one. And Light's also taking that 6 o'clock expansion as well. And oh, the SCVs come back and get mopped up by some of those tanks. He forgot about those SCVs that were long distance mining that expansion, but he's making a big play for the center, trying to take advantage of the lack of defenders in this location so we can slip some slip some vultures behind enemy lines and start hitting these expansions in the bottom right. Light quick to respond with his own vultures, so shouldn't take too many losses here. On paper, Light still looks fantastic.
Yeah, Light hanging on to his bases and even taking bottom center while denying bottom left from Royal. This game is starting to spiral out of control as Royal desperately looks for an answer. Drops are out on the map now from him. So he may want to do something like a Hail Mary into the main or something like that. But look at this. Light has even more drops. He's got 5 drops, whereas Royal's got something like 2 or 3. So counter drop could be a massive play from Light to just shut down any sort of Hail Mary that Royal wants to attempt.
Yeah, Royal finally trying to get this 12 o'clock base online. Could help even things out with Light taking the 6 o'clock. Here's 2 drops from Royal hitting the bottom right. There's vultures streaming down to respond to this, and this is a nice position for Royal potentially if he's able to overwhelm these vultures with tanks. But there is so many vultures here that he should be able to mine up these tanks and start dealing with them. Does get 1 big connection, also killing a clump of his own vultures, so he will be cleaning that out pretty cost effectively when the dust settles. And this is also a little bit problematic for Light because this natural 3rd mineral only can be kind of assaulted from the 12 o'clock position. So he's kind of having to deal with quite a few fronts of engagements here from Royal without Royal having to commit too much of his attention and actions. Another big round of units being loaded into dropships in the center of the map. Definitely an advantage for Light with how many drops he has available to him right now. Royal is allocating more units down here to the bottom left. I wonder if they'll get there in time. Light is going around the long way to get there potentially, and he's actually kind of just hovering in the center with those drops, not yet pulling the trigger on reinforcing these tanks.
Oh man, this drop coming down towards bottom left is going to be massive. Mines go down and actually clear a lot of this stuff right as the drop lands here. Most of the stuff does get out of that dropship right before it dies. Goliaths are right on top of this, and actually no more tanks left, so the Goliaths are going to do very well. Suddenly, all the drops are gone here for Light. Wow. I mean, Royal threw away all his drops to bottom right. Light throws all his drops away to bottom left, and now Royal's actually ahead in terms of supply. Light pushes through the middle of the map and takes an even better position, though, while Royal is responding to other threats. And the economic position definitely better for Light. I still like the position, but throwing away those drops is pretty rough.
Yeah, definitely a lot less utility available to him, but positionally Light's still looking pretty fantastic, churning away on more bases at the moment. It's really hard to say. Like, actually it's not too bad for Royal overall. Like, he is building up his own dropship count now. This game could definitely go into Royal's favor in the coming phases of the game, because I don't really see a way for Light to exploit this positional advantage in the center. And if Royal, like, say, goes after the main base right now and just dumps a ton of units inside the main while also hitting from a flank on this center, that's going to distract Light. Light's going to start committing to defend this soon, potentially, and that could open up the main base to being absolutely overrun by the dropships of Royal.
Ooh, look at this setup back at home for Light. Tons of mines and turrets in that main base ready for the drop. Likewise, Royal in the bottom left setting up tons of turrets for himself, making sure that he's ready for any sort of a doom drop play. Oh man, even more turrets are being laid down here by Light. He's getting so well prepared for this.
Yeah.
It could be disastrous if Royal tries to drop in there, and he's got the drops on the top side of the map too, man. Starports are being made. We might actually see a battlecruiser game.
Yeah,
Xun.
Physics Lab is in production.
Out of all these games that we've seen tonight,
Finally,
are we actually going to get a Battle BC game?
Yeah, the chefs wanted to create as diverse range of cuisine for you guys to enjoy today. We're getting a little bit of everything. Definitely gourmet players here in Group D. Massive dropship play from Light in the bottom left, but look at this from Royal. He's countering the drop with his own drop right on top of the tanks. I said it before earlier on that one of the best counters to drop play is your own drop play, just counter dropping on top of it, and you can see how effective that tactic is, completely shutting down Light. But if Light can kind of maintain the game state for another few minutes. Eventually these BCs could do a lot of heavy lifting for him. Royal loading up those drops now. Beautiful scan from Light, identifying those drops. Now he can rotate some units down into defensive positions, and these turrets are actually gonna get a kill on one of those drop ships. There's turrets absolutely everywhere from Light. That's gonna help out a lot in slowing down the ambitions of Royal.
Yeah, it's really important if you're going to go into battle cruise that you already have tons of turrets down. Mines on top of this drop. Oh my god, that actually went pretty well for Royal. Mines of Light doing more damage to his own army than they did to Royal's army, I think. But in the end, looks like he'll kill most of the dropships and the majority of the army as well. Light is remaxing on battle cruisers behind this, I believe. So, yeah, Royal doesn't even have his science facility on the ground yet, with the physics lab being made. Not to mention, you know, adding on all of those starports. So he is way behind the curve in terms of this transition, and Light might just be able to bowl him over with Royal and really not making that much progress.
Yeah, and we don't know if Royal even knows about these battle cruisers that are being made right now. Usually you scan ahead of where you're going to drop, but his drop got slowed down in the center by the turret, so he might not have scanned that base in the bottom right to identify this. He's making a big push though towards the top end of this center. Not a lot of units here on the ground for Light because of that transition into battle cruisers, but he's got just barely enough to lock things down and buy even more time for more of those battle cruisers to be produced. He's got about 4 out on the map currently. He just now scanned the bottom right, so Royal definitely does know about those battle cruisers now. I wonder what his response is going to be. He hasn't got enough time to set up his own BCs for the time being. He's going to have to rely on cloaked wraiths or something to shut those down, I believe.
Yeah, I don't know what his answer is going to be, man. I feel like Light has he's got him locked down. This drop is desperation, and he's going to drop right on top of all these mines, too, it looks like. No, he flies past. Looks like he scanned ahead of time. He's going to drop in between a lot of these factories, but how much does this actually do when Light is building a bunch of BCs back at home? And he's actually sending the BCs northward, I believe.
He just
sending them up
west
along the map. Okay, he turned them. Yeah, he's sending them across the map now. Looking instead to maybe try to shut down Royal in this bottom left, rather than attacking back up into his main base. And he doesn't even really need to build anything from these factories. He could lift these off and fly away if he wanted to.
Yeah, I think he's identified that if he goes home to defend, it's a little bit slow tempo-wise, wants to instead ramp up aggression in this bottom left. Maybe there will not be enough tools available to Royal to clean up these BCs. He's already got 5 about to hit this location. There's some turrets to slow it down. If these dropships are loaded up with Goliaths, maybe there's a way of him holding off against these BCs. But that's 7 battle cruisers total about to start hitting this base in the bottom left. Wonder how Royal's going to respond to this. Maybe even he could ignore them for the time being and just keep doom dropping some of these expansions around the map. Maybe now coming down to the bottom right. There's loads of turrets for him to circumnavigate. Even loses one of the dropships already. And this is suboptimal to say the least. These dropships are getting lower and lower on HP. Instead, drops at the 3 o'clock, and this base is pretty much effectively mined out. This base doesn't matter at all, really, in the grand scheme of things. Very suboptimal response here from Royal. Looks like these BCs might run away with the game, despite having his factory count decimated. If he hasn't got a response to these BCs, Light could still close out this game.
Light, he doesn't take out the one other mining base here, and there's only, 4 Goliaths over here and a few turrets. I wonder if this is a mistake pulling back with the battle cruisers right now.
Yeah.
He has to build a lot of supply depots back at home just to keep his production online, but he's got the money to do so. He's got so many bases up and running, but Royal is still in this, man. He's got a bank. He might even be able to start making his own battle cruisers here soon, though he will be quite far behind in upgrades, with Light already being at 1 attack, 2 armor.
Yeah, these BCs are very slow, and he's having a hard time getting the upgrades out for them. There's 2 air armor for those BCs, only +1 attack, whereas Royal's got 3 Goliaths by now. So if he can catch the BCs out of position, that's going to be problematic for Light. At the moment, I'm not too sure about what Light's game plan is with these BCs. They're out towards the 3 o'clock position. There's another round of drop ships from Royal to the right side of that center. Scanning all over the map are both players, trying to figure out the game state as best as possible to make their decisions. Light being very passive for the time being, rebuilding up his infrastructure in the bottom right. Had to remake a lot of factories, a lot of depots, and he's currently supply blocked because of the panic of rebuilding all of those supply depots. They're not in optimal locations, so he's running out of space to build them. For the time being, can't really make that many units, so there's a big supply lead here for Royal. And in terms of mobility, Royal has the advantage with those dropships and Goliaths on the ground and how sluggish these BCs are. It's going to be tough for Light to leverage this BC advantage into a win condition. This is going to be a bit of a drawn-out game now, Sam.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, nobody wants to make a move that could cost them the game. This is only set number 1, but still your tournament life on the line. And one false move, one wrong attack could end up costing you everything. So, you know, being a little bit extra careful is probably going to pay off in the long run. There we go. Finally, starports being made here in the bottom left. Royal still does not have a physics lab, though. So what is he actually going to do? Start making wraiths here?
Maybe.
Well, I mean, Light's going to come in and start to deny this, and it takes forever for Royal to get down to the space. Instead, he's just going to counter.
Yeah.
Dropping a bunch of tanks on top of this tank line and just going for it. Is this going to force a response from Light to try and fall back and save these bases, or is he just going to go for broke? It seems like he's going for it with the battle cruisers right now in bottom left.
Yeah, he has a few tanks holding this natural third location, so he's trading off some of the ground army here from Royal. He's actually pretty far ahead in supply. Just going to be donating some SCVs to the cause, maybe forcing the tanks to kill each other a little bit there. So many BCs in the sky for Light. 11 right now in this bottom left, rampaging. The last remnants of economic hope of Royal, still getting some trickle of minerals from the mineral only and the 12 o'clock, but that will soon be dried up here for Royal. Not that many units coming down to respond to these BCs. He's got a few of these starports finished up, so he's producing 4 wraiths at a time, but Light is easily dealing with this. Right as the transition into those wraiths came out from Royal, Light was ready for it, doing a good job of just scanning everywhere and identifying the optimal plays. Now +2 weapons on these BCs have finished. Royal doing a good job, though, of skirmishing these down. He's going to kill about 3 BCs total on the exit. Not bad at all.
Yeah, pushing all of this back is pretty good, but I feel like Light comes out far ahead in this situation. I think the supply reflects that. Who knew? Attacking into tanks there with Goliaths and tanks of your own ends up giving you a worse trade than just attacking things from the air with battle cruisers, man. These battle cruisers did work, and the tanks back at home from Light held off pretty successfully. More and more wraiths being made here for Royal, but I think this is a losing proposition. Look at how many upgrades are done for Light. He's got a triple armor upgrade and +2 attack. How are you ever gonna beat that with wraiths?
It's gonna be tough. He's even got some science vessels with this army in case the scans are late, and he's got D-Matrix availability as well. And with this amount of tanks on the ground for Light, it's going to be such a rough fight for Royal, trying to hold the line against Light now. He is pulling wraiths as time ticks by, but he's drying up on minerals. He's not even really mining in these bases in the bottom left anymore, so he can't really macro out of all of his production facilities. He's going to have to cut somewhere during certain points of this game. Light going to be able to max out way quicker than he is. He's even got a pretty sizable bank to work with. Here comes the massive move from Light now, securing this mineral-only region, locking out an additional expansion from Royal, and now he's going to start cycling Yamatos on these tanks as well. Royal in a world of hurt in set number 1.
Yeah, once you kill these tanks, then Light can inch forward, and the Goliaths just don't do anything. Like, Goliaths versus tanks it's a terrible, terrible fight. Look, Royal's taking his hands off the keyboard. He knows he's done. GG is called. Light takes game number 1 in our first battle cruiser game of this entire TVT group.
Yeah, I'm loving that we're getting the full spectrum of TVT. Just about every style and strategy is being used in this group. Definitely keeping it interesting and fresh as we develop. It seems like Light is just a bit superior when it comes to these later game scenarios than Royal is. Royal, as you call him, Royal with cheese, he's more suited to the early and mid-game gambits as Terran, whereas Light, a wealth of experience, helping him make the critical decisions that he needs to get the better end of the trades. The longer the game develops, he seemed very comfortable that game at pretty much all points. He was happy to sacrifice his entire main base and didn't really break a sweat. Let's see what's going to happen on Jane Doe. This is a very spicy map. We could see some creative plays.
Yeah, we absolutely could. Royal, got to be feeling that loss there. Light looks super calm and confident of his position, that he can get out of this group second. I think he's probably the favorite, if only slightly. Royal versus Light. Group D final, set number 2 on Jane Doe. Let's get it. Royal over here on the center right. And of course, Light. Center left. I think we're going to see some really cheeky cheese from Royal this game. Like, he's going to go for something crazy, man. I feel it. I feel it in my bones, man. He just lost that game. The type of player Royal is, like, he's going to try something crazy in this game number 2.
Very possible, man. Like, on Jane Doe, I kind of expect some shenanigans from at least one of these guys. If not aggressive proxies and what have you. Could even be some macro cheese, taking a very quick command center. Look at this though from Light. Gonna be a 8 racks right off the bat potentially. Definitely gonna be putting on the aggression, and if Royal does want to get cheeky with a CC first or a bunker expand, could find himself in a situation where he gets pressured. We've seen players get very greedy, even if they do make the barracks and go for like a bunker expand. They sometimes don't even make a marine early on. They like float it out to this like natural 4th location and then make a marine or something like that. Like, players tend to cut corners in weird ways on these types of maps, and we'll see how Royal wants to optimize in this game. He is building a wall in here, which makes me wonder if he was thinking about going for like a 2-port Wraith style, or just wants to lock out Light from his base and get that back pocket expansion early. But this is going to be a pressure build from Light with a lot of early Marines, but not a BBS, so not too problematic for Royal if he does make 2 Marines early.
Come on, Royal. Do like 2-port Wraith or something like that, man.
He could
give us something crazy. I feel it right now. I feel like he could definitely do this. He's got the wall in at the top of the ramp. He's got the gas. Like, the Marine is coming here, but he can make his own Marine, and he can also block with the second supply depot. Is he actually going to get the block? No, whoa, a bunker. Oh, what the heck? That's crazy. And actually, it's very hard right now for Royal to get on top of this Marine because of the positioning. Oh my gosh, the medic getting jostled around there for a second. Holding the high ground, though, he should be okay here. Like, it's very hard to kill this Marine when it's got the high ground advantage. And he will just pull back. I think this is a pretty decent hold so far from Royal. Target fire down onto that Marine. 2 Marines are left. There's no SCV to finish this bunker. But with 2 Marines versus 1 as it pops out, you're actually going to see this Marine die super quickly. Pulling the SCVs down. He gets 1 kill, but another Marine arrives. Light putting on so much pressure and rolls in some trouble.
Yeah, not only is he losing SCVs, but he's losing a lot of mining time trying to stabilize. And Light will follow this up with an expansion in his back pocket as well. This is just to put on as much pressure as possible and then end up in a better economic position. Obviously, the Vulture will finally be out from Royal in just a few moments here, but not before kind of crippling the economy a little bit of Royal, starting to retreat home with these Marines now. Royal might be able to clean these up. It's going to have to force these Marines to fight so they don't just die for free. But as you can see, with a little bit of Ultra Micro, easily dispatches them. And Light going to have to respond with a bunker on the high ground as he takes this CC.
I feel like we're going to see 2-port? No. He's got enough gas for it. I think Royal mined a little bit too much gas here.
Yeah,
maybe a drop of his own? Or a CC?
Yeah.
Huh.
Seems like 111 CC.
Okay. 111 into CC, I guess? The mining is just so messed up here for Royal. Nothing is really on track.
Right.
And so, I mean, he's sent this SCV up to top right so far ahead of schedule. He's barely got 200 minerals, and I mean, it's still going to be another probably 20-30 seconds before he has the money with everything he's trying to build right now to actually get that CC online. So the optimization has just been thrown so far off for Royal. It's really done its job, this early aggression from Light.
That's one of the hardest things about StarCraft, is doing relativistic timings based on early game trades where you've like had your normal mineral income disrupted in some regard. Royal definitely making a small error of judgment there, but he has got a bit of a gambit to work with this early starport and Wraiths, putting some pressure onto Light, and he's got Marines in a bunker walling off his ramp here, but needs to be careful. He can't really risk throwing away these Marines to clean up the Wraith because he hasn't got very many, and he doesn't want to open up the front for Royal to exploit as well until his tank is online. So yeah, this is not bad from Royal. He's delaying this engineering bay getting finished up. There is an armory being made in the natural, which will now be the point of focus for Royal to try and slow down as much as possible. As soon as a second Wraith gets here, this could escalate a little bit out of control. Light kind of hedging his bets by being able to build a turret at the same time, trying to make sure he can get this armory out without sustaining too many SCB losses.
All right, Royal is getting slightly back into this game. Like, he's gonna get some damage here for sure. But his CC is desperately far behind.
Did he just fly back into the turret?
Can he get some sort of a run by?
Oh my god, he did.
He just flew back in the turret.
I don't know what happened there.
Uh-oh, Royal falling apart just a bit in this game, clearly. Gonna go after this barracks in the middle of the map. That's kind of the only thing he can do with this Wraith now, and he can't run by or anything. So, you know, I really felt like we were gonna see a drop from Royal, because you know that your opponent gonna have a bunker back at home. Well, maybe, I guess he didn't know about the pocket base, right? Could have still been something one base,
I guess. Yeah,
but here comes 2 starport. I just feel like you should be able to assume that your opponent going to be throwing down a bunker on high ground and getting a CC behind it, and just getting a drop in there would have been so much stronger than going for this little Wraith attack. And now Light, his economy is doing fantastic. He's going to have 2-port Wraith. It's still a playable game here for Royal, but I feel like Light is just doing just a tiny bit better in this in this game so far and in this series.
Yeah, and Light looks so nonchalant as well. He doesn't seem like he's stressed out about this set of games at all. Scanning the main base, sees the 3rd and 4th factory being plopped down. There's a control tower now on the starport of Royals, but there is superior production available to Light. He can make 2 Wraiths at a time. This might catch Royal off guard, might not be expecting it. And you know, traditionally, Light is pretty damn good with his Wraith control. Obviously, there's players like Leta that are Wraith specialists, but Light is one of these guys that is absolutely fantastic with Wraiths as well. Might be able to leverage that skill set in this game. There is an eco lead, obviously, for Royal. He's got 3 bases mining. Light only just now moving down to start setting up to take his own 3rd base, and there's also some positional advantage for Royal being able to secure this high ground away from Light. So this isn't terrible overall, and you know, Royal's ahead in supply. In terms of the curve of the game, Royal looks pretty good, but let's see if Light can leverage this higher count of Wraiths to his advantage or not.
Light sending those Wraiths out across the map. Gonna come in to try and blindside Royal, who initially had the Wraith advantage. Not gonna be thinking about a bunch of Wraiths suddenly arriving, assuming that he was in control of the skies. Already 2 SCVs have gone down. I think he's gonna lose at least 5 here, maybe even more, depending on how far away he is from a potential counter. Getting some Goliaths out, or potentially maybe getting a Valkyrie. 2 Wraiths is not going to cut it, man. 4 Wraiths versus 2 Wraiths, you're going to get absolutely smashed down. So poking in like that, kind of dangerous. Finally, a turret finish up in the main base. Scan goes down. Oh my gosh.
Ooh.
The timing on those Goliaths popping out is kind of funny.
Yeah. It did do a good
but
scan.
He does manage to turn. Okay.
Well,
he's still getting a bit of damage with those Wraiths.
Yeah, Royal avoiding total disaster there, though, wasn't super bad, especially with the fact that his 3rd base has been so early. But now the real problem might set in, because with this Wraith advantage, you can start chewing away at this tank line on the high ground ridge. There is a Valkyrie, though, from Royal trying to respond to this, and some Goliaths coming to the front as well. This could escalate out of control here for Light if he's not careful. There is an economic advantage for Royal, and technically a positional advantage as well. So Royal could still be just absolutely fine here in this game. Like, he's had the better production on the ground with his factory count. Light is only just now throwing down his 3rd and 4th factory. There is a possibility where Royal can outscale him. Light is kind of bunkering down at this 4th base location to expand there and kind of concede this ridge line to Royal for the foreseeable future, knowing that he can't really deal with it at this present moment.
Yeah, this map is so much about these ridge lines, and Royal taking control of that high ground is incredibly important. Light's going to have a hard time maneuvering on this map without holding that position. And so Royal does have a bit of a positional advantage, and Light's just going to get this 4th base online way ahead of time. He is behind in supply by quite a lot, but he's still managing to stay ahead in terms of economy.
Yeah, both players will be going up to 4 bases here. Scan from Royal identifies the tank formation at this 4th base location of Light. Would be nice for Royal if he can keep Light locked in to this set of bases. He'll want to keep an eye on that top left and see if he can inch forward ever so slightly from that ridge line to shut off access across that bridge. But Light can also mine out the mineral patches in the back high ground lane to gain access up there as well. I think he's gradually doing that now with a long distance SCV to open up that avenue of possibility. Here comes Royal with some Valkyries shaving off the Wraiths of Light, trying to make value out of these units that can only shoot up. And also we'll be expanding down here to the bottom right, so we'll be looking to keep Light locked down onto these 4 bases while rapidly growing himself.
This is becoming a more and more even game, and we might see another long one here.
Yeah.
Light does not look breakable right now, and Royal holding a nice position. He's not really tempted to try and smash through Light. Light actually going to start to open up the bottom side of the map. This is a part of Jane Doe that we really haven't seen very much, is the potential for a very maneuverable TVT where you're actually making use of these Xelnog and other temples along the top and bottom side of the map to try and get position over your opponent.
Yeah, I wonder if that slipped the mind of Royal ever so slightly, that there's a possibility for him to knock down this temple and come down here towards the 6 o'clock high ground, not only gaining access to that expansion, but also attacking from a different angle. Looks like Royal has got some units down here now, maybe smelling something, but doesn't know quite what's going on yet, it seems. He is going to shove it forward towards this natural 4th location of Light. I don't think he can gain much progress here, though.
Yeah, this looks a little bit too strong of a position. Royal sees it now. He sees the Xelnaga tower being dealt with, so he's actually going to move into position to block this before Royal can even make that move. And as it stands, actually, this is a pretty good spot for Royal. He's double expanded. He's taking bottom right, and he's taking top center as well as that base towards the middle of the map. Rolling in and starting to hit these tanks as well. Uh-oh. Dude, Light might be starting to fall apart. He's got to win this air battle right now. He's got a bunch of Valkyries that he's just invested into, and has been denied the engagement with the Wraiths. So if Light wants to actually get some position on this map and start to bring this back into his favor, breaking that high ground ridge is going to be important, and taking over the air is going to be doubly as important here in this game.
Yeah, Light trying to set up this base in the top left currently, but these tanks are unsupported. Here comes a decent counter race from Royal. Valkyrie's gonna have to be sent northward to start dealing with that. Did get a good scan off on those Valkyries as they were coming in, so he knows the positioning. He waits for his own Valkyries to engage. This could be a big fight for Royal, trying to eliminate the anti-air of Light here, but Light does a good job with the target firing. He does clean up the Wraiths. The Valkyries end up winning the fight for Royal, but he's cleared out the main threat of those Wraiths, and now shoving it down towards the 6 o'clock location. Just a trio of tanks here. Could get a big mine connection, does help clean them out cost efficiently, and now suddenly the position starting to blow wide open here. Royal had control over the pretty much everywhere else on the map except this 6 o'clock position. Now there's an upgrade advantage for Royal. He's got +2 weapons. Light yet to finish up that, and now Royal's gonna have to be very careful that suddenly Light doesn't rotate around to this bottom right pocket. He's already got tanks in position to defend there, but now there's so much more opportunity for Light to fight back against this indirectly rather than having to challenge the already entrenched positions.
And he's already got a split map situation. Look at this. Royal not going to be caught falling behind in the battlecruiser transition this time. He wants to get out ahead of the game and start that battlecruiser production right away. So he has those starports down. He's actually pushing forward. He's opening up a lane to where maybe he could start to attack up into the top left. He doesn't have to push into this natural. He just needs to get enough position over this side so they can try to bust into the bottom left. But Light already with 4 tanks on that high ground, gonna block any attack, any attempt into that location.
Ooh.
And a slip by over here on the top side with the vultures getting into this mineral line and killing a lot of SCVs. Royal bringing some reinforcements forward to deal with that. He's gonna have to leave some forces over here on the top side, and Looks like Light is setting up for that battlecruiser transition as well. This could be an insane game on Jane Doe.
Yeah, Royal gonna be trying to attack this top left base now from the high ground position, rather than taking advantage of locking down that lane in front of the ridge towards the natural of Light. Light now trying to get some trades off on these tanks towards the natural 4th base location with his vision advantage with that floating barracks. A lot of small skirmishes and trades here and there. Royal getting closer and closer to maybe being able to knock out this base in the top left, and Light is currently distracted, shoving down on these tanks towards the center of the map. He has done a great job of clearing those out, but now this base in the top left completely exposed. He has got a pretty big fleet of Wraiths to combat this, and I don't see any anti-air nearby for Royal. He's finishing up a turret, but it's a little bit out of position and not in a timely manner to stop a lot of these tanks going down.
Yeah, dude, this is a crazy game. Battlecruisers are already out for Royal, but the Wraith number is very high. Valkyrie's coming forward. He's going to target down the Wraiths as best he can. That's so many Valkyries, and the Wraiths just explode. I've never seen a D-Matrix on a Valkyrie. I think this is the first time ever. Kind of hilarious, but that might allow him to win that fight. Valkyrie on Valkyrie is not a fight you often see, but Valkyrie on Valkyrie D-Matrix is the rarest of the rare. Pushing forward here with some battlecruisers. Looks like he's actually going to get up on this high ground with some tanks as well. That's a huge move. That'll prevent Light from holding this back with just pure Goliath, and that actually cuts him off from bottom left or bottom center as well. This base getting raided for Royal, losing so many SCVs over at the top center as well. This, oh my god, so much action on this map as Light ravages the economy. Royal kills the base at center left.
This is really effective APM usage from Light, hitting multiple locations simultaneously. BC's now looking to maybe get a kill on this base at the 6 o'clock, but here come the cloaked Wraiths. Royal might be distracted cleaning up these vultures and doesn't have a quick response. Where's the scan? Saiyan, does he not have enough energy or something? Did he fail to hotkey one of the scanners? He does finally scan, but most of the BCs are dead. Oh my god, that's a massive tempo swing to Light, being able to kill these huge air units from Royal. That's so much money and tempo down the drain from Royal, just as he ravaged the mineral lines of Royal's bases as well. So he hasn't got a crazy amount of gas and money coming in right now for himself. We got a massive count of Wraith still for Light, ripping apart some of the remnants of the tanks that were in Royal's last assault on that base at the natural 4th location. He can send back some SCVs to mine there. This is a real wild game, and another little vulture raid coming out from Royal this time to shut down some of the gas income for Light. He lost so much tempo after those BCs went down. He's still producing those BCs back at home, but Light kind of winning out on the trades by being able to kill those massive air units with the Wraiths.
Yeah, I mean, this is what Royal wanted to do last game when all the BCs were out. Royal was making a ton of Wraiths, but he was never able to get the clean kills there. Light was too on top of things, and Royal this time just not having his scans on hotkey. Big trade there between the Valkyries and Wraiths. Kind of comes out on top with the Wraiths, but it's still a massive trade for just 3 Valkyries. And as long as Royal builds up a few more Valks and kind of follows these BCs around, I don't think this Wraith play is going to work necessarily at sniping down any more of these BCs.
It was a good tempo play from Light, but I don't think it's sustainable. Royal could run away with this game soon. He's ahead in supply. He's done a great job of locking down some of these mining bases of Light as well. Light has a trickle of Wraiths being produced at a time, but yeah, I don't think Wraiths are going to be the answer long term against the strategy of Royal here. Needs to get this 12 o'clock set up to mining yet again, does Royal. What a wild TVT. Like, we're only 20 minutes in and we're seeing BC's fights happening all over the map. just a testament to how much this mirror matchup has evolved over the years. Here comes Light yet again, hitting some tank lines with the Wraiths. These BCs are very slow, so he might be able to play a maneuver style warfare on Royal here and keep skirmishing and using guerrilla tactics to hit spots that the BCs can't quite reinforce in time. It's going to have to build up a hefty account of Valkyries to respond to that active threat. And getting up here at the 12 o'clock with some Goliaths now, Royal could find himself in a lot of trouble.
Dude, this is so back and forth. It's hard to keep up with. Light is actually taking domination over the top center, and at the same time, Royal is locking down bottom center. We may see a full switch between these two. Meanwhile, Royal has Yamato. Total role reversal from last game with the Yamatos coming out for Royal, whereas Light's got so many Wraiths here trying to take this fight. Dude, the Valkyries die so damn quickly. Oh my god, and here comes a ton of Goliaths. Despite Royal being a little bit ahead on supply, he is absolutely losing this fight. He loses all of his battle cruisers again, even though he had 3 Valkyries with that fight.
He just basically lost most of his supply advantage as well now. He's not mining at this 12 o'clock. He has been able to stop light mining at the 6 o'clock as well. A little bit going for toe between these two. There's some action happening in the top left as well currently that we're not seeing on screen. It's an absolute wild back and forth TVT between these two guys. Seems like Light might be able to come out ahead though. He's even going to potentially kill this CC now at the 12 o'clock. Not only shutting down the mining there, but killing this will be huge. And after killing that many BCs, Light should be feeling relatively comfortable now. Not only are these battle cruisers so slow at getting around the map to achieve any goals for Royal, but the fact that he's not really got that many anymore, I don't think there's too many opportunities for Royal to isolate a win condition, and Light's gonna go full steam ahead just as the BCs come down to the southern hemisphere. Now this natural 4th base of Royal is gonna come under siege.
Wow, no response from Royal too, by the way. Like, he just lost some units over at that temple, but he did not react and move any tanks over here to defend this position. He's instead just going to take over bottom center, but meanwhile, Light has top center. He's going to start setting up SCVs over there shortly. So, I mean, things are really starting to work out well for Light, who's now going to dive on top of the tanks down here at the bottom center. Runs away just before the Valkyries can arrive. Man, Light is playing such a difficult position to absolute perfection and just keeping himself alive against all odds.
We also just saw a CC die to Valkyrie, so just about everything that's possible to happen is happening in this Group D of the ASL round of 16. Absolute craziness. I'm surprised that this game is only 26 minutes in. Feels like at least 10 more minutes have happened, but there's just been non-stop action-packed from both sides. It's really hard to call. Now Royal trying to shove it down in the center of the map, leveraging everything that he can muster to try and overwhelm Light. Light though currently ahead in supply by about 10 or so on the ground, but he's actually just made a massive macro cycle as well. Really hard to call. Big connections with those Valkyries. Tries to get the slide micro going as well to finish off those Wraiths. 4 remaining on relatively low HP. More control towers now coming out from Light. He will be making a BC transition of his own right as Royal starts to dry up her minerals, and if Light can start mining this 12 o'clock base, he's gonna have so much more economy to work with. Royal's in a lot of trouble. He's about to be mined out in that bottom right as well.
And Light is just not allowing bad trades to happen with these Wraiths. He's just constantly taking good fights and backing out exactly when he needs to avoid massive splash damage. This is a pretty good trade though for Royal, killing off all these tanks up here, finally reclaiming the base on his own high ground, but has been pretty heavily reduced a base behind of where Light's at this point, and some more tanks gonna go down in the middle of the map. Dude, Royal's just not responding as quickly. I feel like Light is steps ahead and just that much faster than Royal when it comes to all of these little engagements and decisions.
Yeah, Light's a carpenter making stairs right now. Royal trying to respond. Has the BCs in position to deal with this. Couple of Valkyries to help buffer against the Cloak Wraiths as well. High ground advantage from Royal on that ridge line. Could take a massive fight here. Light trying to get underneath those BCs, out of range of the tanks to target some of them down, but Royal will technically win this fight, but does sustain some pretty hefty losses. He has been able to stop Light from mining at that 12 o'clock position, though. That's a big win. And now we see an awkward mining from Royal here at the 6 o'clock with the CC planted on the right-hand side of those mineral fields just to get a bit of extra trickle of juice in the tank to operate with. He's not actually mining at his natural fourth for the time being. I think he's just transferring SCVs there now. This is getting into a very precarious situation for both players. They have such little resources to allocate towards their unit composition, so everything is kind of balanced on a knife's edge. If either one of them makes a small mistake with what units to produce at any given time, the scales can tip heavily in favor of the other side. And even though there's been a complete non-stop action-packed back and forth pendulum swinging, something's got to give eventually. Another big fight here on the ridge line. A lot of tanks for Light on the low ground, but not quite able to snipe off the BCs just yet.
This is shockingly close.
Yeah.
I can't believe how close this game is and how little mining each of these players is doing. Look at this long distance mining over here at the bottom center. Royal's going to try to get top center back online. Hasn't sent anything over to top left, actually. I don't know how much is over there defending. It looks like he's going to send some vultures over there now to try and... Yeah, there's nothing here. Oh my gosh. This could be actually huge. Yeah. He's going to kill so many SCVs.
Oh my gosh.
And meanwhile, Light is doing something in the middle of the map, so he's going to lose so much. Wait, this might actually swing the entire game here, all of these kills. That's going to force Light to be really aggressive, just throwing in the SCVs right now to try and kind of body block for those tanks. It doesn't work out too well. Where are the battle cruisers at? They're actually down here, kind of defending nothing but this ridge line for the moment. CC going to go down over at that middle base, but can he actually defend top center now? It's totally cut off.
Yeah, this is an absolute nail biter of a TVT, saying I have no idea how this is going to end up. And the tanks rotate around from the natural fourth high ground base to the 12 o'clock to lay siege to the SCVs that just got set up there, cutting off a bit more oxygen supply to Royal. And there was a CC that just went up at the 6 o'clock here for Light. But eventually these BCs should be able to take out some of these tanks. Here come the Goliaths, though. Can he get a snipe on one or two of these BCs? This is pretty huge. If he can kill a few of these BCs off, it looks like he just barely doesn't kill the other one. I think there was a bit of a target fire error there from Light, not identifying the BC with the lowest hit point count, and wasn't able to kill more than just one. But every little helps in such a close combat situation like this. Royal starting to get ahead and supply a little bit, shutting down this attack at the 12 o'clock as well. I don't think we've seen a closer TVT in such a long time, Sam.
Yeah, Light's still neglecting to build any battle cruisers as well. This drop is insane, dropping right on top of these tanks. Is this the last gasp from Light? He's looking like he's gonna tap out. There it is. GG. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Royal manages to win this game and takes us to a final match. He immediately stands up and backs off. I think he's going directly to the bathroom or something. He is for sure out of energy after that match.
He was shaking his wrist as well, like it was paining him to go the distance in that game. Guys, let's take a very quick bio break. I'm going to go and grab a water as well. Saying you can keep talking if you're going to stick around. But that was an absolutely insane nail biter of a TVT. I definitely need to refill my drink after that, man. Oh my gosh. I don't even know what to say after how close of a game that was. from start to finish, like pretty much non-stop action and the pendulum swinging both ways. I'm gonna run and grab a drink of water. You can either keep talking, saying, or I'll talk when I get back.
Yeah,
and
let's
you
take
can
a
go.
break. Let's take a break.
We'll take a quick break, guys. We'll be back in just a minute here. Hey guys, welcome back to the final match of the group. We've got down here in the bottom left, Light, and his opponent, Royal, in the bottom right. Hope you guys have been enjoying your stay here with absolute bangers of TVT, and I'd just like to take the moment.
Yeah.
If you guys do like what we do and want to support us, we have a Patreon page over at Saiyan Duo Casts. This is our dream job, being able to bring you the coverage of the ASL. We do other events like the KCM and 2v2 tournaments and a bunch of other stuff if you guys want to support what we love to do and keep dedicating much of our time to this great game. And big shout out to all of you guys that have already and continue to support what we do.
If you guys are in the live stream right now, or if you're watching this on YouTube later, this insane TVT group, we ask just that you show us a small bit of that love that you have for TVT, and go over and support these casts. It's been a crazy group here, along with all the issues that we've had with sound and all that stuff. It looks like it's kind of settled down. Thank God. That last cast was absolutely crazy. Even without the sound issues, thank Jesus that we can actually see what's going on and not be, completely possessed on the stream by those crazy sounds. And garbled voices.
Those sounds were so cursed, man. Oh dear. I thought I was like having a nightmare or something when I first heard it. I was like, wait, am I actually awake? Is this actually happening? The audio glitches are so insane. Looks like we've got a bit of a fast expansion here from Light. Some bunker expand actions coming out from him. Whereas Royal, playing a more traditional orthodox style, has got a forward Rax out on the map, but since this is a Rax FE, not going to be able to put on too much pressure. 2 Marines will be here soon, just as this bunker is about 2/3, 3/4 of the way done. Only 1 Marine for the time being. Maybe Royal can get a kill on these Marines before the bunker's finished.
Oh my gosh. This is really going to go down like this after everything that's happened in this series. Getting killed off by a couple of Marines in the early game would be insane. Nice snipe there from Light. Okay, he deals with that, no problem. He gets the bunker expand down. And it's up to Royal to try and make up the difference here with his own CC back at home.
Yeah. Some things have started to normalize here between these two. Small build order win from Light, and will have a economic advantage. Was making the machine shop. The SCV of Light saw that, but then the SCV gets killed and he cancels the machine shop and throws down a starport immediately while taking his own expansion. This could ever so slightly mind game Light. Oh my gosh, he's doing it. He's doing it.
Ooh. Starport here. Back at home, the 1-1-1 after the CC. Is he gonna go? What do you think the follow-up is here from Royal?
A lot of Wraiths.
Oh wait, I didn't see the second starport there. Oh my god.
That's why I was like, he's doing it because it wasn't just the 1-1-1. He's really committing into this. And Light, hang on a second. No way. Light is doing 2-port Wraith as well.
Oh, no way. Oh my god.
How can this group get any more insane? Like, what is happening? First we saw the 2 factory from both players earlier, and now we're seeing the 2-port Wraith from both players. Oh my god, man, this is the most insane TVT group of all time.
Yeah, this is nuts. He's gonna see the 1 port, and he has no idea that there's a 2nd port here, with potentially cloak being made for himself as well, for Light's part as well. Oh my gosh, this floating barracks is actually so big. If he goes down to the bottom and scouts that is such a massive asymmetrical information benefit for Light. Like, he's gonna go over to the high ground, but he can go along the high ground down to the bottom and potentially scout this. And just knowing that your opponent's going 2-port Wraith, like, you're not going to overextend with these early Wraiths, and then you can potentially catch and just get such a huge advantage.
Light could be so in trouble though. 2 Wraiths about to show up. If he's distracted hitting this, oh, he does get the chase micro. This could be huge for Royal, killing this first Wraith of Light. He does catch it, and he's flying to the south side of the base now, spots the 2nd starport and the cloak underway, so he has full information to work with now. The hardest part of the job has been done, making sure he gets a small Wraith advantage. Couple of Marines come down from Light to stabilize the position. 3rd Wraith shows up though. Cloak finishes. Scan comes down from Light. What a crazy situation at the moment. Going to be gunning down some of these Marines. 2 of these Wraiths getting low, but because the starports are so far apart, it's going to be hard for him to converge these forces to respond to this Wraith threat.
Yeah, this is almost a loss for Light. Like, it's so hard to stabilize from here. You're just never gonna have more race than your opponent.
Yeah.
It's kind of like having more mutas, you know? Like, you can just chase it down, instant kill. It's totally a snowball that happens as soon as you have more than your opponent. There's almost nothing they can do. He does run out of scans though. And Light is going to try to push across the map here with some tanks. It does have something on the ground, a little bit of an advantage in terms of ground army. But SCVs are going to be pulled. They're going to try to surround here. Another tank going to go down. Actually get it. He does get it. Start to kill some SCVs. Wraiths have to pull back. Maybe this gives Light a tiny bit of leeway to try and mount a comeback.
Yeah, he's got a couple of Goliaths that are in production as well. Could stabilize the position. Royal did kill just barely enough SCVs to get rid of the fast 1 Rax FE build order win from Light. So we could see a stabilization and the game becoming a bit more normalized from this point onwards, but Royal's not going to slow down too much. He's going to keep these Wraiths in production. And, you know, there's a lack of mobility from those Goliaths on the ground from Light as well. Looks like he's going to be finishing off this barracks very quickly. And Royal taking a third base at the 3 o'clock. So could get a massive gas advantage in this game too.
Yeah, that's a little bit different, right? Usually you'd see Light take center left, and Royal would be more likely to take his mineral only.
Ooh.
But Royal goes ahead and just takes that far out base. He's pretty confident here, but look at this surround.
Wow.
One more Wraith once again, and the Goliaths help out. Suddenly, Light seizes control of the air. Crazy.
Yeah, for
the asymmetrical advantage of Royal has suddenly been overcome.
This is an insane game. He's got another couple of cloak Wraiths. Can he find? Good trade here. Good scan from Light in response to this. Ramping up the pressure now on the natural expansion of Royal. Goliaths are okay against tanks when there's not that many tanks on screen, but hasn't got quite enough forces to overwhelm the natural expansion of Royal presently. Let's see if he can get over here with just a few more Wraiths and what have you and go for it. If he's got a tank as well as these Goliaths with the Wraiths, maybe something could happen. He needs to be worried about the defender's advantage though of Royal. It's a shame he doesn't know about the 3 o'clock because there's not really much Royal could do about like stopping that 3 o'clock in its tracks, but I don't think Light's even thinking about that possibility right now.
Yeah, I don't think he can dive on this natural now that siege mode is done. He had a little bit of a window there where he might have been able to dive in and actually kill Royal. But now with Royal having this hidden base, he might start to get a pretty sizable lead, even though he's kind of trapped in here. If Light just doesn't find out about this, he can't attack in. He's just going to take his own base, and Royal is going to be sucking up a lot more gas, getting out so many more factories and Wraiths here that Light may start to lose control in this situation.
Yeah, no, it's very possible. There is positional advantage for Light with this high ground ridge, but he just doesn't know about this fast third from Royal. He is taking his own third base now at the 9 o'clock. He won't be too far behind the current state of affairs. Oh, a little bit of a mistake with the positioning of that tank siege location. Sacrifices a Goliath to try and save it. Puts the low HP tank on standby to maybe be picked off by these Wraiths in the coming future, but now there's Valkyries in production from Royal. That's going to really stymie the air superiority of Light for the time being. Oh, look at Royal. He's taking a ninja base at 12 as well. He's getting super spicy.
Oh my goodness. Dude, if Royal wins like this, that, I mean, after everything that's happened, he's going to get so cheesy. He's going to take 2 hidden bases and win versus Light after Light had such a great early game. I mean, it was a hard early game for sure. Definitely Royal had the advantage after killing off some Wraiths, but Light brought things back, and then he ends up losing to hidden bases. No way. Certainly he's going to go out and scout this. Like, he sees the SCV over here down at bottom center building a turret, and he's like, okay, you're taking the base now? I see it. Everything is as planned. Everything is as expected. He has no idea about these bases right now.
Yeah, maybe he's fooled, but it is a little bit behind schedule. There maybe should be some alarm bells going off inside Light's head at how slow this base at 6 o'clock is. But sometimes, you know, it's easy to get tunnel visioned and unable to kind of see the whole range of play from your opponent as a possibility. The longer this goes on, the more I think he's likely to check that 3 o'clock spot. Might be doing so soon. But right now, doesn't seem like he's been able to put those puzzle pieces together. And now Royal rotating to the 6 o'clock with some units, kind of selling a false bill of goods there to Light that he is indeed trying to secure that location to expand. But it's so behind schedule that you have to wonder if Light is getting suspicious. You might not figure it out completely, but surely internally he's wondering what's going on.
Well, he's finally going to send some vultures around the map. Is he going to actually find this? It looks like he will. One vulture finally goes over here and he sees it. Expression on his face, unchanged. He's completely stone-faced here. But still doesn't know about that top center, man. If he sees this top center, I think there's got to be some sort of reaction from Light.
Yeah, maybe. It's kind of frustrating for Light as well. If he does go back to watch this replay, will be end up kicking himself. It's really tough though to make those calls in these situations. Oh, a couple of tanks going around the left-hand side do eat a little bit of damage from the siege tank lines of Royal, but from Light, but not much. Trying to seize this top right ridge line, keeping access open to this quadrant of the map in the top right, as well as maintaining strong control over that 12 o'clock. As soon as Light identifies it, needs to be able to hang on to that base. And a vulture raiding party making their way to the top left now, and one vulture slipping into the main. We'll be able to get a shutdown on that SCV building up that base. Nice little win here for Royal, and a big run by vultures to the natural third of Light, killing a fair few SCVs, and not that many vultures showing up to reinforce from Light, but luckily he's got that Wraith fleet to come in and make up the difference, so doesn't lose too much there. But getting this fourth base slowed down so much while Royal is just going gangbusters and expanding like a madman. He's taking the top right, he's taking his mineral only, he's had these 4 bases for a little while now, and he's starting to challenge the center of the map ever so slightly. Royal could run away with this game if Light is not able to identify, especially that base at the top center.
Yeah, I like the move from Royal to send vultures all the way around the top side and then lay mines everywhere there. Looks like Light's gonna find it though. He finally sees this base. Oh yeah, look at it. A little bit of a wide eye there from Light as he discovers this location. Has probably been mining for quite some time. How much has been siphoned off from that location? Well, Royal's gonna rotate those SCVs over to top right, and he's already got enough of an advantage from that CC that it was certainly worth it. Still, Light is very close in supply. He's got a very good standing army and a good position in the middle of the map, but Royal has a ton of utility. He's got a lot of dropships, he's got a lot of air, and all of these Valkyries as well. Light's got quite a few Valkyries too, but not quite as many as Royal, and it's really going to come down to the engagement. Slipping by on the top side, Royal finds his way into a very nice position here to potentially drop the top left main.
Yeah, Light is responding pretty quickly to this threat. It's not terrible of a response time for him, starting to try and lay down mines in the wake of those tanks. Here comes the air fleet as well to help out. This will make a big difference in the battle calculation. Even the SCV train coming off the line. All hands on deck to try and squash this drop in its tracks. Royal trying to find compensation by picking away at that tank line with his own air fleet, but there's a couple of Goliaths around to keep protection of that, as well as some static turrets. But now that he's seen how much army was positioned in that top left corner of the map, he's now starting to shove out with his own tank line. Pretty wild set of games between these two gamers, man. Royal definitely expanding more rapidly than Light in this game, but Light still retains control over the center for now.
It's a little bit too bad that Royal didn't have his Valkyries with that drop play over at top left. If he did, he could have done a lot more damage with that. Would have been a lot harder to clear it with the air army. As it stands, Royal got a little bit of damage going, and he's kind of opened the map up a bit more. Nice mines connecting there on a few of these tanks in top center, and allowing these vultures to slip by in the top left. I don't think there's much over there to actually defend, and so Light's going to be losing. Oh, he's actually got Wraiths over here. Okay. Losing quite a few SCVs, but the Wraiths are going to be able to support, keeping that alive. And we're going to go to possibly another split map situation. Oh my goodness.
It's looking like
it's
that,
crazy.
Sam. It's crazy. These guys are really neck and neck, back and forth action. Pretty much all 3 games. Absolutely batshit crazy. And really a spectacle to behold. Now Royal shoving it down towards that 6 o'clock. If he can get control over both the 12 o'clock and the 6 o'clock, that would be great. I think that's too much to ask, though. I think this is definitely going to be a split map where Light takes the 12 and Royal takes the 6, or vice versa. It's a big air fleet battle. So many Valkyries for Royal, but not scanning in time. Wraith's having a bit of a field day.
No scan.
Huge drop in the top right as well. Royal distracted, not able to get a scan off to help deal with those Wraiths efficiently.
Oh my god, Royal just lost this game. He never scanned.
Why? He didn't pay attention.
Oh, it's so crazy.
Oh my god.
Dude, Royal just did not see that. He lost like 10 Wraiths and 5 Valkyries all at once. The top right is being gutted. And I mean, taking down this space here at the bottom center is nice, but you'll take this trade all day long. Light is holding the entire top left-hand corner of the map. And he can even take top center if he wants to.
Yeah.
He'll absolutely take this trade. And Royal is starting to fall flat. Dude, it's insane how much Wraiths have played a factor in TVT this season. Like, they have just been... The air battles have been absolutely nuts with, like, how hard they are to cast with all the Valkyries and Wraiths fighting at the same time. And the impact in every game has never been more than in ASL 21.
Yeah, we kind of called it at the start of the group, talking about how prominent Wraiths are likely to be utilized. Royal trying to seize control of the center to start launching attacks towards Light. He needs to do more than just secure this base at the 6 o'clock. Light loaded up those dropships again from the top right to bring his forces to bear back at home if he needs to. They're still loaded up right now. And actually, Royal hasn't pushed the issue. He hasn't tried to push through the center to the top left or anything like that. He's kind of just maintaining the game state. He's maxed out again. Probably doesn't feel too terrible about his position, but Light definitely kind of in the driver's seat. He's even got an upgrade advantage. +3 weapons for Light, +2 for Royal. Not the biggest of deal as long as you got that +2 weapons, breakpoint. Another big fight here. Royal has more tanks on the ground, but Light has these drop ships. He was kind of hooing and hawing. Should I drop onto the tanks or should I just dump them out on the ground here and hold the line? Seems like the latter was the choice here, knowing that there's slightly too many units from Royal to contend with. But as long as he maintains a line of defense leading up to that top left corner, he can keep these bases churning. It's not too problematic for him, and he has the high ground advantage here in the mineral only location leading to the 6 o'clock base that he's trying to capitalize on and start overwhelming this defensive position of Royal.
Oh my gosh, Royal's losing everything, man. He's losing bottom center now too. He's making some progress over towards top center, but Light is happy to just keep mining on these 2 bases top left, and that's a great mine connection. Taking out some of the few remaining ground units from Royal. He managed to make some good progress in the middle, but he hasn't had a full-on breakthrough, and sliding along the top side is great. Killing off a few more SCVs here with these vultures is awesome, but Light is going to respond quickly and shut down this attack while shoring up the defenses here in top left.
Yeah.
Royal is getting close to the end here. He might not be able to hold on much longer.
He really is. I mean, he killed a decent amount of SCVs, but that's very minimal compensation for losing 6 o'clock. So actually, this is looking better and better for Light. Royal loading up his own dropships now. Needs to find some way of keeping the tempo back on his side of the fence and maybe start going for some gambits here. He's gonna have to take a few risks in this game to turn it around and maybe punish a mistake or two from Light. But he is far enough behind now that he is kind of reliant on Light to start making some errors to put himself into a more favorable position. Right now, Light is just thriving, even going to be taking this 6 o'clock for himself. Royal is starting to find himself in a absolute shambles of a position. He's got the mineral only chugging away, but that'll be mined out eventually, and there's 3 o'clock, and that's just about it. He's starting to expand towards this natural expansion in the top right corner of the map, but right now Light is just ahead in every regard, and he's not going to slow down. He's going to have an opportunity to cancel this CC here as well. He scans ahead, sees it. He's going to definitely shut that down.
Yeah, Royal doesn't have many options left. He's gonna go for one Hail Mary drop into the main, just see what he can do. There's so many tanks here. I think as soon as he sees that,
yeah,
I believe he's gonna tap out. Like, yeah, everything just dies. GG.
Wow.
Damn, Light makes it through. Holy crap, what a series, guys.
Woo, that was crazy. The whole group itself was insane, man, and what a fantastic way to tie a ribbon on things with that climax. A nice big showdown, a back and forth set of games between Light and Royal, but Light will be joining us in that round of 8 alongside Leta here, and they've also got Flash for the Terran squad going forward as well. Quite a lot of good players will be in that round of 8, and don't go anywhere. Going to be having that selection ceremony where we dig into a bowl of balls and see who gets who. Just absolutely flabbergasted by the quality of TVTs here today. I knew this group would be pretty good with how the high level of players involved, but it still kind of broke expectations for me.
Man, imagine being one of those guys who's not a TVT lover who missed out on this group here. Like, can you guys just put an F in the chat for those guys who just don't care about TVT and completely missed out on this group, that slept on this group? This group is insane, man. So much fun, so many great games. The back and forth is just incredible, and I'm just all here for it, man. Thank you guys for being here in the crowd. We're about to get the draw ceremony here in a moment. We got the replay. Then we're gonna see Light give a little bit of a speech, and then we're gonna go to the round of 8 draw. I can't wait to see who these guys' opponents are gonna be.
Yeah, I mean, Royal had some shenanigans going for him. He was very cheeky in this final game on Octagon, getting a bit of a greedy third base at the 3 o'clock and then that ninja base at the 12, but Light seemed to just be able to outplay him as the game developed. Light is, you can't underestimate how important experience is, and Light, one of these guys that has just about more experience than anyone else. Maybe, like I said earlier, a caveat to that would be Flash. He's played a crazy amount of games as well. But that does mean we will be having, for the Protoss squad, Snow and YSC. For the Zerg squad, Soma, Hero, Jaedong. And for the Terrans, Flash, Leta, and this man of the hour, Light. What a well-rounded and interesting round of 8 we're going to be having, especially with 2 wildcard underdog stories in a way, with the not only YSC getting through, but Leta breaking out of his group first as well.
Yeah, kind of an incredible season of ASL, boys. Light here, just talking about the games, and I can't imagine he's super confident after getting out of this group, dude. Like, this was a hard fought group, to say the least. Like, these guys really had a serious struggle on their hands to make their way through. Leta cruising though, man. Like he had no trouble. 0 losses on the docket. Uh, what world are we living in where that is the case, man? It's crazy to me that he just waltzed out of this group and Light has to, get down in the trenches and uh, dig his way out of
Right.
that pit of losers match. He'll be on the chopping block here going up against one of the players who got out of their group first in the round of 16.
Yeah. So just to remind you guys about who could get who. So maybe some of you are aware, but basically you can't, if you got out of your group first, you won't be put up against someone that also got out of their group first. So the players that got out first were Soma, Snow, Jaedong, and Leta. And each one of those players will be playing a randomized pick of the players that got out second of their group, which is YSC, Hero, Flash, and now Light. So we don't know who's going to get who just yet. That's what the group, not group selection, but the ceremony that we'll be having here to select the players to see who faces off against who for that round of 8. You asked me earlier about who do I want to get who. We also need to caveat that you can't get placed against the same player that was in your group in the round of 16. For example, Soma won't play against YSC, Jaedong won't play against Flash, Snow won't play against Hero, Leta won't play against Light. So there's like 2 main caveats you need to think about here. So you play against the second guy that got out from their group if you're the first, and you also can't get selected against the guy that was in your group in the round of 16. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, I think that pretty much sums it up. If it's confusing to you guys, don't worry, we'll explain it again as the groups are getting selected there. Uh, I'm super curious to see how this is going to turn out. I'm most curious to see who Jaedong will get matched up against. I'm hoping he doesn't get matched up against Light, actually. Although that would be an amazing match. I think that
Yeah.
would be a lot of fun.
Yeah, that'd be good.
But he has had a bit of a rough time against Light in previous seasons. However, I think his new his current form should put him
Right.
in a good spot to be able to reverse those odds.
Yeah, Light is a different animal in TVZ. He's got a slightly unorthodox style. He's the kind of guy that cuts SCVs pretty early on in the mid game, kind of hovering around 35 SCVs or something to pump out an insane amount of bio. And he loves to go for pre-swarm defiler busts. So he doesn't necessarily hit you in the early game with you got the 2 sunkens with a normal stim timing. He's not too worried about breaking you there. He wants to build up a crazy amount of bio to break you in the mid game, and a lot of Zerg players get caught by it. Even though they know that's what he's going to do, they still end up getting busted by him. So yeah, he can be a bit of a tricky Terran to play against for Zerg. I'm not sure who I want to get who. Soma can't get YSC because they were in the same group. It would be great, I think, if we had Soma versus Flash would be amazing. I'd be psyched for that. Maybe Jaedong versus Light, I think that would be one of my choices. I think I mean, it'd be kind of unfortunate if it was Jaedong versus YSC, in my opinion. I don't know. How do you feel about that?
We need to see Leta versus YSC, man.
That would actually be pretty good. Yeah, I can get behind that. I can get behind that. That's for sure. That would be a pretty fun series to watch. Who would you want?
Then we're guaranteed to have an underdog in round of 4.
So
it's gonna be kind of crazy.
What about Snow versus Light instead of Jaedong versus Light? You would like that?
Yeah, that would be nice. I'd be down with that. Who do you want to see Flash face off against?
Ooh, Flash versus Snow could be fireworks. Potentially. I think.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Flash versus Soma.
Flash versus Soma would be good too.
Yeah, Flash versus Soma would be my ideal choice, but my second choice would be Flash versus Snow.
Yeah, I want to see Snow get revenge though, but I don't want to see Flash get knocked out. That's my problem.
Mm.
So it's like, who do you cheer for? You know?
Yeah, right.
That's a struggle.
I just hope we avoid too many mirror situations. Like, I'd be a little bit if like Flash gets later or something, you know, like that's what I'm hoping not for. That's the main thing I care about. I want to see as little mirror as possible going forward. Just me personally.
Yeah, I think chat can relate with you there. I think most people are hoping for no mirror matchups coming up here. We're about to get into it, guys. It's gonna start here in a moment. I think they're just getting set up after this Google Play sponsorship. Awesome to have Google sponsoring the ASL. Absolutely insane to have such a massive sponsor for the ASL.
Yeah.
Really makes me feel like this tournament, this scene is not going anywhere anytime soon.
Right. Well, let us know in the chat, some of you guys watching live right now, who do you want to see play against one another in the round of a... I can see a player or a guy saying, yeah, no mirrors here. Flash Snow or Flash Soma, please. Yeah, I definitely can get behind that. That's definitely what I want to see. One of those two matchups. What about the rest of you guys? Who would you love to see play against each other in the round of 8? Remember, it's the guys that win their group versus another guy in a different group that came second in their group. So obviously there's a little bit of limitations on who can get who, but here we go now. The round of 8 draw. The bowl of balls are ready. Hope you guys are excited. Super curious to see who gets who.
It's 11:30 p.m. here in Asia, in Korea right now. So the studio has mostly cleared out. I'm getting pretty exhausted. I'm way beyond my bedtime here, but I cannot wait to find out who it's going to be. First ball over here. I believe these are the first players out of their groups. We got Soma for match number 1. That's going to be on Monday next week, guys. Monday at 7 p.m. Korean Standard Time. And then we've got the second match. Match number 2. Leta. That's going to be on Tuesday next week.
Okay.
Tuesday at 7 p.m. Korean Standard Time. And for the last 2 players, who's it going to be? Snow? Jaedong. That'll be Monday, 2 weeks from now. And Snow, of course, will be Tuesday in 2 weeks. So at least we've got the first 4 players. Now we have to go to the second players getting out of their groups. Come on, Flash. Flash. Flash.
Come on. Flash or Snow? Flash or Snow?
No, Snow's already been picked.
Oh, yeah, my bad. I'm dumb.
Who is it? Hey, move your fingers.
Hey, lady. That was YSC. That was YSC.
Okay, so you can't pick YSC. He was in the group in round of 16, so can't pick him.
Yeah, my bad.
You gonna mix it up again? Let's see.
Ooh.
Hero. Oh boy. Well, a lot of you guys are gonna be disappointed. ZVZ with that mirror matchup. I think that's gonna be not that's not the best that we were hoping for, but hey, maybe we could see Soma get knocked out. It's possible. ZVZ. Oh
That's what we
my
wanted.
god,
That's
it
what
happened.
Yes! Leta versus YSC!
Oh my god, that's Flash versus Snow then. It's Flash versus Snow. No, this draw doesn't matter.
Oh my god.
Because Flash can't be versus
Yeah.
Jaedong. So it's Light. Light versus
We
Jaedong.
got it as
And Flash
well.
versus Snow.
Oh, we got two of the ones we
Oh
wanted.
my gosh.
Yeah, and I was pretty happy
Well, we
with.
couldn't
Go on.
get them all. We couldn't get all the ones
Right,
we
right.
wanted, right? It's
But
impossible.
I was pretty happy to get Jaedong and Light as well. So technically, I got 3 out of 4. So I'm okay with that. I'm pretty damn happy. It's a shame that we got that ZVZ with Soma and Hero. But honestly, these other matchups, I'm pretty damn happy with those results. Let's go, guys.
Yeah, I would have been sad if we had YSC versus Snow. I think that would have been such a slam dunk for Snow. Uh, it's going to be a little bit rough here with match number 1. That's on the 27th on Monday. That ZVZ. We'll have to go in and see if the uh, last season champion can get taken down by Hero. Dude, that is a lot riding on that first ZVZ.
Yeah.
Total shakeup to the entire season, the entire bracket if Hero manages to take down Soma.
And Jaedong and Flash are on the same side of the bracket. So if Jaedong beats Light and Flash
Ah,
beats Snow, we've got Jaedong versus Flash in the semi-finals. Come on, guys. Let's see it happen.
I really wanted to see them together in the finals. There was only a 1 in 3 chance that Jaedong and Light were on the same side of the bracket, right? But that seems to have happened
Jaedong and
here.
Flash, yeah.
Um, yeah, so they're going to be potentially meeting up in the round of 4. I wouldn't mind seeing Snow versus Jaedong too. That would be pretty sick.
Yeah,
It'd
I
be a
think,
fun
yeah,
match.
yeah.
And then I get to see Snow, get his revenge, dude. I still have that memory burned into my mind. The last time that Snow and Flash played in the grand finals, and they had Flash 4-0 Snow, and he just looks so defeated, man. His best matchup, his greatest opportunity to, or his, yeah, the first time I think he'd made it to the grand finals as well, and he
Mm.
matches up against Flash and gets completely smashed and didn't even look like he had a chance. It was
Right.
crazy, but he's gonna have another chance here. He's grown a lot as a player, and Flash is, he's a little bit handicapped here. He doesn't have the best health right now. He hasn't been able to play as much, and he's had a long break as well. So we'll see. We'll see if the tides can change here, and maybe Snow can get a bit of a consolation, can get a little bit of a revenge play there.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, he's the best Reaver controller in the business, going to be helping out against Flash. But my prediction is Flash will be winning that. I'm also pretty confident that Jaedong is going to beat Light too. So I think it's very likely we'll be seeing a Jaedong Flash semifinals, and it might not be a finals, but it's more likely to get them both in a semifinals than in a finals, I think, overall. So I'm actually happy about that. I got 3 out of 4 that I would love to see, and yeah, it's gonna be super fun. I think Soma probably gonna be Hero, and I have no idea how to call YC versus Leta. We'll have to wait and see, guys. Thanks for tuning in. I hope you have enjoyed your stay here today. We'll be joining you soon next Monday for that round of 8. Gonna be an insane round of 8, it looks like. Gonna be kicking off with that ZVZ between Soma and Hero, and we'll see how the tournament continues to develop from there. Thank you so much, everybody that's tuned in today, supporting myself and Saiyan SC. We love to bring you guys this coverage, and we'll see you in the next one. Any final words, Sam?
That's it, guys. Come check out the KCM. We're going to be casting it tomorrow. It'll be on my channel, Saiyan KCM. A fresh new season. Thanks for watching. See you in the next one.
Thanks, guys.